Okay. Okay, we left off working on this game. We're actually in chapter 4. And what do we have left to do here? Underground passage monster. Looks like we're in the fancy district. This is the Garnier district. It's famous for being home to Heimdaller's Opera House, as well as a bunch of expensive jewelers, and hotels. So it's kind of an entertainment district then. Don't seem like the kind of place we'd be spending much time in, at least. There's a casino in one of the clubs around here, too. Probably goes without saying, but it's completely off limits to us. I have to admit, I'm curious. Boo. I can do without the casino, but I'd love to see something at the Opera House someday. I mean, their operas are the face of Erebonian culture, after all. I would see one too, especially if I could get one of the box seats. It must be amazing to earn such high praise from you two. Right now, we've got a request to take care of, so let's take a look around. Fine idea. Okay, so that's the only story here. Cool. Welcome to Der Himmel. Excuse us, we're here to learn more about a request we received from this hotel. Is the manager available? He should know who we are if we mention that we're from Thor's Military Academy. Oh yes, we've heard all about you. Unfortunately, however, Noble had to leave on urgent business. He should be back during the afternoon, so might I request that you return then? If that's the case, there isn't much for us to do if he isn't here, so leaving this request for later seems like our only option. And let's go take care of the others then. Got it. Ooh, I just want you all to know I don't normally eat that much. Considering the size of the capital, I'm not surprised we worked up such an appetite running around. Well, I guess now we ought to have plenty of energy to make some good progress this afternoon. Indeed. Although... is there really nothing we can do about those two? This is getting ridiculous. They seem uncomfortable during the entire meal, too. I can only hope we'll be able to find some way to reconcile their differences soon. I know, but nothing good ever comes from rushing these things. I've got a feeling that they're going to get over it on their own soon. I hope you're right. Anyway, we should get back to work. Shouldn't take us too much longer to finish things up. Yeah, I think we got maybe one mandatory task left. Yeah, and that one we just couldn't do because the client was out at the time. Well, hopefully he's back by now. We'll go check in when we get a chance. We'll see you again at some point. I hope this field study proves fruitful for us. Agreed. Good luck, everyone. Catch you later. Alright, let's head back to the hotel in the Garnier district. Let's hope the manager's back in. Welcome to Durhimmel. Might you be searching for a room? Oh good, seems like the owner's back. Actually, we're here about a monster extermination request you placed. Oh, you couldn't take care of that for us, did you? You seem rather young. Are you sure you'll be able to handle it? We have significant experience in monster extermination. I don't foresee any problems. Can you explain exactly what you'd like us to do? Well, if you insist. The request involves the eradication of monster currently living underneath this hotel. Underneath? You see, beneath the city lies a network of underground passages built during the Middle Ages. One of these passages happens to lead directly into this hotel's basement. So it was originally constructed during the so-called Dark Ages. I seem to remember reading something like that in a book a while back. Yeah, these tunnels have apparently been unattended for a long time now. Correct. However, lately there seems to be a concerning increase in the number of monsters inhabiting the passage. An employee went to investigate and brought back reports of a particularly large creature in there as well. Before we'd occasionally put in a request to the guild to clear out the monsters underground, but that isn't an option this time, as the guild branches in the city closed over a year ago. Doesn't sound good. Our Christmas certainly won't be able to rest easy with dangerous creatures prowling around beneath the hotel. Do you think you can take care of this matter for us? Certainly, just leave everything to us. Can you explain how we're to enter the underground passage? First, you'll need this key. Use it to unlock the door on the opposite side of this entrance hall. That'll lead you down into the underground passage. However, I'm afraid I know nothing of the passage's layout, including how vast the network of tunnels is. Please do be careful down there. We will. Alright, as soon as we're prepared, let's head down into the underground passage. Roger. Everyone need to make sure we've got all our equipment prepped and ready.
Oh my.
That's
Lady
a pretty dress.
Clotilde, is it time for you to depart?
Yes, I'll be stepping out for a while. But more importantly, who do we have here?
Is that... No way! Vita Clotilde? Whoa! I can't believe it! It's really her! I never thought I'd actually get the chance to meet her.
Wait, who is this now?
You three, don't just stand there staring. You're in the presence of the legendary opera singer Vita Clotilde, the Azure Diva herself!
The Azure Diva, huh? I do recall hearing that name at some point.
Wait, you don't know who she is?
I'm not surprised. Opera is a world unto itself. I expect there are multitudes who have never heard of me before. I'm Vita Clotilde, an opera singer. I'd be delighted if you would come and hear me sing sometime.
It's a pleasure to meet you. She's really pretty. By the way, I couldn't help but notice your uniforms. You're all students then. Did you come here in the hopes of getting my autograph by any chance? Of course we did. What other reason could we possibly have to be here? Okay, cool your jets, you two. We're all students from the Thor's Military Academy in Trista. We came to the capital on a field study. Started making our rounds and ended up here. Ah, what a way to take the wind out of my sails. But a military academy, you say? Could that mean you come to take care of the beasts in the underground passage? Yep, just about to get started. Just leave that monster to us. Blow it down for the count before you know it. I'm relieved to hear that. I've been quite worried ever since I first heard about it. Still, you said you're here on a field study. My high schools these days certainly put their students through some challenging coursework. I doubt there are any other academies in the country with a curriculum quite like ours. I'm sorry, but I need to be on my way or I'll be late for my rehearsal. If you'll excuse me, our apologies for delaying you. Not at all. We made for a pleasant diversion. Wish you all the best with your field study. I'm sure it won't be easy. Wow. She's even prettier in person than she is in photographs. Yeah, nothing compares to the real thing. Oh no, we forgot to get her photograph. Ah, what a shame. Still, she seemed to be a fine woman. Not only beautiful, but considerate and patient as well. Yeah, I got that impression too. So she's a famous opera singer, huh? I feel like it wouldn't take too much coaxing to become a fan of hers. What's wrong, Fee? It's probably nothing. Anyway, there's some creature waiting down there for us to serve it an eviction notice. The door to the underground is on the right side of the hall. Once we're ready to go. Make sure we're well prepared for going in. There's also things like a wise idea to make sure we finish all our other tasks first. So this is what the underground passage looks like inside. Now it seems crazy they built something like this in the Middle Ages. Seems like the monster we're after must be pretty deep inside, too. Laura, Fee, just to be sure, you're both ready to begin exploring, right? Of course. If I couldn't be of service in situations like these, it'd be pointless for me to be here at all. I've got your back. I think it's about time we I'm not too bad, Koroi. How are you? I think it's about time we finally formed a successful battle link, Fee. We may have different approaches to combat, but we both show our true worth on the battlefield. I doubt you wish to bring further shame upon yourself, and I feel the same. Trying to figure out what to do. I have that problem every night. I fully understand. What options do you got? True. I'll try to match the rhythm of your breathing. We'll do everything we can to support you too. Alright, let's go. There's some nights where it's just like, I literally write like 20 different things on a piece of paper and then roll a 20-sided die and see which one comes up.
Oh, the treasure chest! Now's our chance. We can do this.
Okay.
My turn.
Leave it to me.
Okay. Target's eliminated. Let's get going.
10-2, Wulong, 14, Valorant ranked.
Advantage is ours. My
Open
turn.
invite, unranked Valorant.
Go.
My turn.
Leave it to me.
My turn. Done. But we can't relax yet. I spy treasure.
I know personally, to me, the unranked Valorant would sound fun to play.
Now's our chance.
Okay.
Go.
My turn.
Oh, I need Yes.
Right. Eat that.
My turn.
Yeah, I can swap
Here
over.
we go.
Okay, it's safe for now.
I can always do this another night. It's been a while since I played some Valorant. So yeah, I guess we will come back to this some other time, and we will go play some Valorant. It should only take me a few moments to get moved over.
Right.
Hello, 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 everyone. How are all of you? Hopefully you're all doing well. So if you're watching this on YouTube, you may have just watched about 20 minutes where we started on a previous stream. Which I've added onto this because we started playing this the other night, and then we got asked to go play some Valorant, and so we went and played some Valorant. But we are back here today, and we're going to continue on. And we are currently doing the field study for the Underground Passage monster.
Advantages are my turn.
Also,
My turn.
game audio may be just a bit off.
Is everybody okay?
If it is, I'm sorry. I think it's off. I've spent half an hour trying to troubleshoot and fix it, and I've been unable to do so.
Is that a treasure chest?
So all I can do is apologize at that point.
Now's our chance.
My
We can
turn.
do this.
Okay.
All right, let's keep going.
There are certain things that if I ever had the money to do, it's like, okay, we're going to do that, and some of these issues will become absolute things of the past. Wait, I think I went the wrong way. I think I need...
This would make a great training area. I envy the people who live around here.
Only you would see an underground passage and think about training.
Now's our...
Okay.
My turn.
Right. Is everybody okay?
I mean, I'm starting to get into areas where it's like, I can't one-shot things anymore. This disappoints me.
I'll handle it.
My turn.
Right.
Leave it to me.
I'll handle it. Done. But we can't relax yet. Bye, Shrek. Advantage is ours.
Here we go.
Let's finish him. I'll handle it.
My turn.
Leave it to me. There's no time to waste.
Bring it on!
I'll handle it. Here we go. Silky dance.
Go!
Right. Oh, we did it.
Success.
But so also, I was delayed today starting stream. Other than also, I was delayed by went and got a MRI done on my knee. I'll just say, if you're a bigger guy like me, very uncomfortable. Very, very
Now's
uncomfortable.
our chance. We can do this.
My turn! That's the power of the 8 leaves.
Now's our...
My turn.
My turn!
Leave it to me. Eat that.
I'll handle it.
Go!
Right. Oh, we did it.
Here, gelatin. That was an item we were missing to make one of the recipes here. Okay. Savory herb tea.
All right, I'll give it a try. Let's never speak of this.
Oh no, I already had the brown liquid. I need the good one. Berry tart. It's another one where I need. Okay.
Hope this turns out okay. Something seems wrong. Hope this turns out okay. This is my...
Hashed beef rice. Millium. Is the unique tomato cocktail. Unique is the import is
All right, I'll give it a try. Let's never speak of this again.
Need so much clear gelatin that I just don't have. And I'm not going to subject you guys to farming for it.
Enemy sight. Go.
Okay.
Is everybody okay?
Stay on guard
Here
and
we go.
don't get cocky.
My turn.
Right.
It's my turn. All right, let's keep moving. Now's our chance.
Okay.
My turn.
My turn.
Leave it to me. That takes care of them.
Advantage is ours. I'll handle it.
Here we go.
My turn.
Leave it to me.
I'll handle it. Done. But we can't relax yet.
Wait a minute. Okay.
Now's our chance.
My turn.
Go.
Right.
It's my turn.
Okay.
Here we go.
Right. Oh, we did it.
Okay, so I got that room. Hit the bend, came down through here.
Now's our chance.
My turn.
Here we go.
My turn.
Right.
I'll handle it.
Here we go. That's that. Let's keep moving.
Advantage is ours. Let's finish him. Okay.
All right, let's keep going. Now's our chance.
My
We
turn.
can do this.
Go.
Right.
It's my turn. That takes care of them.
Ooh. That must be it. Yeah, that looks like the monster the hotel's owner asked us to deal with. Laura, Fee, are you two ready? Of course. I'd like to ask you that you put Fee and myself on the front line for this battle. Gonna have another go at combat, Link? Well, this is as good a chance as any. Alright, Laura and Fee will take point for this fight. The rest of us will back them up.
I welcome all challengers.
Here's a performance just for you. Seventh Rhapsody. You've been a wonderful audience.
My turn.
Ooh.
Azure Flames. Gather strike.
I'll handle it.
Behold the might of the Archradiant Blade Dance!
My turn. Too slow. Okay. I'll handle it.
Go.
course. Hey!
I'll handle it.
My turn.
Of course. Ha! We should keep going.
Well, that was... You know, maybe you should just stop worrying about trying to form a combat link with each other.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, I can see why you'd really want to.
No. I don't want to hold our group back more than I already have. I'd like to withdraw from active combat and take a more supporting role for the duration of this field study.
Huh? Why?
But Laura, it doesn't make any sense for you not to be in the thick of the fight.
Don't be ridiculous. If anyone should be benched, it's me. It makes sense when you consider what each of us brings to a fight.
No. My own immaturity is the cause of this. There's still a part of me that refuses to accept you, and this is the result. I'm sorry. I didn't think I was this narrow-minded. And I apologize for the distress my prejudice has no doubt been causing you. I came to realize during my club activities that I still have a lot of maturing left to do.
Laura...
As such, Reen, I wish to withdraw.
Denied. Actually, I'll be the one withdrawing from frontline combat.
What?
Huh?
Reen?
This seems awfully sudden. What's your line of thinking?
During all the battles we fought, one thing stood out to me. I couldn't help but notice that under ordinary circumstances, Laura and Fee's fighting styles complement each other perfectly.
Well,
You think so?
Interesting. What do you mean?
Laura's the ideal knight, standing strong in the thick of the fight, dominating enemies with her blade. Then there's Fee, the ideal vanguard, overwhelming the opposition with her speed and creating openings for Laura. During the practical exam, none of us should have stood a chance against the two of you.
When you put it that way, it does make sense.
If they could form a combat link, they'd be virtually unstoppable.
Yeah, I don't think that's escaped you two either. That's why you keep trying to form a combat link, but there's something stopping you from connecting with each other. Whatever it is, it's been frustrating both of you this whole time, right?
It's exactly as you say.
Okay, so, since that's how things stand, it makes no sense for you two to just give up and withdraw from combat. In fact, considering everyone's relative strengths and weaknesses, it makes the most sense for me to fall back. This way, you'll have more chances to work out whatever it is that's standing in the way of you forming a link.
You have my thanks.
we'll take you up on your offer then.
That's what I like to hear.
You really can be audacious sometimes, you know. Just like you were with me and Eustace.
You think? I don't really think I did anything out of the ordinary.
That's so you, Reen, to not think anything of it. Still, thanks to you, there might be hope for these two after all.
We'll do what we can.
But first, we need to get back to the hotel, right?
Something wrong, Elliot? Is it just me, or do you guys hear a sonata off in the distance? Oh? Now that you mention it, I do hear music very faintly. I think I can make out a violin and a flute. Quite an elegant piece, too, from the sound of it. Doesn't sound pre-recorded, either. I think the sound was filtering down here from the surface? This way. Is this a secret passage? The music does seem to be louder here than it was before. But you know, I feel like I've heard this tune somewhere before. We should try and see where it leads. Agreed, let's see if there's some way to open it. The big button? Obvious button? I had no idea there was a mechanism like this in the underground passage. I can hear the melody more clearly now, too. Looks like this leads out to the surface. Okay, let's follow the passage and see where we come out. Here goes.
The advantage is
My
ours.
turn.
My turn.
My turn.
Right! Eat that!
My turn.
Of course.
Is everybody okay?
I welcome, of course.
My turn.
Okay.
Right! That takes care of them.
Is that a treasure chest? We have nothing to fear.
Right!
My turn.
I'll handle it.
Right. Hey! We should keep going.
Great!
There's a light.
The sound's getting louder too.
We must be getting close to the exit now.
Ah. Isn't this Mater Park? If so, we're not far from City Hall. Who would have guessed that those underground tunnels would spit us out somewhere like this? The house remained unchanged since it was created during the Dark Ages. You can really feel the city's history. Seems like the network of passages here is even bigger than Berehard's underground waterway. Hey, Elliot, is something wrong? Oh, sorry. I was listening to this sonata, then I realized that the musicians playing it over there are actually friends of mine. They look like students. They seem exceptionally skilled for their age. Oh, they are. I'm really proud to know them. Would you guys mind if I went over and said hi? No sweat, go ahead. Perhaps we should go and greet them too. Wait, Elliot? Elliot, you're back. Hey, great to see you again, Morris. You too, Ron, Kalinka. Feels like forever since you've been around. You seem like you're doing well. So who are your friends? We're Elliot's classmates at Thor's Military Academy. It's a pleasure to meet you. It seems we're all about the same age, too. So you're Elliot's hometown friends, then. Which school's uniform is that? Oh, we're students at the Music Academy. Music, huh? Yeah, it's an academy that puts the main focus on music. The school itself is on the outskirts of this district. A lot of famous musicians have graduated from there. Well, that explains why you all play so well. Thanks. Our academy always plays for the concert they hold during the summer festival every year. Classes are over for the day, so we're just adding a little polish before our performance. Alright, this does seem like the perfect place to practice. Yeah, I can't believe how good you've all gotten, though. I mean, you're always great, but you've improved a ton. You must have really been practicing. You really think so? Well, we have been practicing. I'm practically hearing the songs in my sleep now. So true. I guess I'd be pretty disappointed if after all that we weren't getting at least a little better. I just wish you were here at the Music Academy with us. Oh, don't misunderstand. Thor's has a really good reputation and all. So are you still practicing the violin? Yeah, in club practice. I ended up joining the Academy's wind orchestra, actually. I'm glad to hear it. You were really good. I'd hate to hear you give it up. Hopefully you get another chance to play together someday. Yeah, I'd really like that. Whoa, is it that time already? We'd better get back to the academy. The festival will be here before you know it, and we've got practicing to do. I do admire your dedication to your craft. If you've got some free time, it'd be great if you could come and see us perform in concert. That goes for all of you. The more the merrier. Thanks, looking forward to it. See you later, Elliot. Alright, later. Elliot? Hey, are you? No, it's not that. Anyway, how about we swing by the hotel to give our report, then head back to my house. Sis is probably busy cooking up a storm right now. Okay, let's be off then. That night, during a wonderful meal prepared by Fiona, we were invited into Elliot's room.
Whoa, this is incredible.
He could open a shop with all the instruments here.
A piano, violins, wind instruments, a robust percussion section. I'm assuming the papers in the cabinet are all sheet music?
There's no way you can call this just a hobby.
Yeah, coming in here, this must look like some rabid obsession to you guys. You know, my mom was a pretty famous pianist. Being raised around music like that, my sister and I ended up sharing her love of music.
Really?
Looking at all this, I can see why you decided to join the wind orchestra at the academy.
Still, why didn't you go to the same school as the people we met earlier?
Fee?
Wait, Fee, that's not...
Don't worry about it. I'm sure this comes as no surprise. But I'd originally planned to attend the music academy.
Oh.
My sister and I grew up listening to our mom play the piano. Dad was more the strong, stoic type. He didn't know much about music, but he was head over heels in love with her. Our home was always filled with the sound of music, and it kept our family smiling together. But 7 years ago, Mom got really ill. Eventually, she passed away. After her death, my sister and I both wanted to follow in her footsteps. She enrolled at the music academy and began working toward a career as a pianist. Naturally, I tried to do the same, but Dad wouldn't hear of it.
It's one thing to have it as a hobby, but the idea of a man of the Empire making his living through music is absurd.
No matter how hard I tried to convince him, he just shook his head and refused to listen. Then he started recommending one military academy after another, trying to push me toward a career in the army. Eventually, I didn't have much choice. I had to give up my dream of attending the music academy. I hated him for it. I really did. I'm no good at fighting, never have been. I'd get smoked in a real war. But after some research, I found one academy, Thor's, offered plenty of music-related classes, and that about half of its graduates end up in careers outside the military. In the end, I met him halfway and chose to enroll at Thor's. Kinda pathetic, huh? You've all got great reasons why you're there at the academy. Then there's me, who'd rather be on a stage than a battlefield. But I couldn't go against my
The
dad.
stage is as much a battlefield as any other. I mean, in a different way, but it is. Your opponent's different. It's more of an internal struggle of self versus character versus audience. It's more of an emotional and mental battlefield than a physical one.
For a while, I started to think that maybe my passion for music had kind of cooled off. But I'm still full of regrets about the Music Academy and the summer festival concert, so I guess it hasn't after all. Oh, I wish I could just crawl into a hole right now.
So that's how you ended up at Thor's.
I had no idea.
Do you regret it? Coming to Thor's and all?
Huh? Of course not. Why would I?
So, you don't?
Life at the academy keeps me busy, but I still have time to perform with the wind orchestra after class is out. And I feel like I really broaden my horizons every time we go on a field study. Honestly, I feel like I get more out of Thor's than if I had just enrolled at the music academy without much thought. Maybe it's because whether I decide I want to be a musician or do something else totally different, I'll at least have the chance to choose what I want without someone deciding for me.
Elliot.
Wow, you've really given this a lot of thought.
You really are strong, Elliot.
I wish I thought so too. I still feel jealous when I see my friends who went to the music academy putting their heart and soul into their music. But even with that, I've got no regrets about coming to Thor's. None at all. Besides, if I hadn't come, I never would have met you guys, would I? I'd regret that way more.
How can you say that with a straight face?
Maybe he's just oblivious.
I didn't think I was saying anything particularly embarrassing.
I'd figured that most people would blush saying something like that.
Still, this is Elliot we're talking about. He can get away with it.
You're the last
We
person
can
who
all
should be
get away
saying
with
that,
saying some of
Rin.
the cheesiest crap.
Actually, I just remembered. I guess I do have one regret after all.
Oh?
What is it?
Remember the summer festival concert my friends said they're going to be performing in? Back when my mom was still alive, she performed in it, and my sister played in it 5 years ago too. So I was really hoping that I'd be able to take the stage there one day too.
I can't believe it's already past 9. We ended up staying at Elliot's longer than I thought. Yeah, I wasn't expecting her to break out the coffee after our meal, too. And she invited us back for breakfast tomorrow? We've hardly been here a day, and she's already my favorite person. We'll have to thank her properly at some point. Still, you know I've lived here all my life. And it's only now that I'm running around doing field study tasks that I'm realizing just how big this city is. Yeah, I'll bet. They're just going to slip tomorrow's tasks into the guild's mailbox, right? Yeah, they should be delivered first thing tomorrow morning. Considering how organized my father is, I don't doubt they'll be delivered on time, though. I do worry what we're in for. I have this terrible feeling we'll put us to tasks far more difficult than we can actually handle or something. Yeah, I see what you mean. One more reason we should finish up our report and hit the sack early, I suppose. Hey, what's wrong, you two? You tired or something? You've been awfully quiet. No, not really. However, listening to Ellie has finally shown me what I must do. V, I challenge you to a duel. What? Okay. Tonight, right? Yes, tonight. I fear I won't be able to sleep until this has been resolved. Hold on a minute. Where did this come from? A duel? What are you talking about? Exactly what it sounds like. Faye and I will face each other in a single combat to determine a victor. That's all. Oh, that's all? Are you kidding me? Well, you can't do it in a populated area like this, especially not at night. You'd wake the whole neighborhood. How about that park we were at earlier? Mater Park, I think? That seems an ideal venue. There around the exit from the underground passage should be nice and quiet. Well, that doesn't sound too bad. But honestly, Rean, you're not just going along with this, are you? Oh, shush it. God might have a heady nightlife, but that's no excuse to cause a commotion. Bah! Alright, let's head on over to the park then. The trams are still running, right? They run until around 11. Are we seriously doing this? It's nice. You're in luck. Not too many people taking a leisurely stroll at this hour. Okay, that may be true, but this is still the capital. You really shouldn't be fighting here. How did it come to this? Put a sock in it, Machias. Apologies for burdening you with this, but I'd appreciate you keeping watch. This is ridiculous. Anyway, let's move over to that gazebo we came out of earlier.
Ah, what a pleasant evening.
It's pretty relaxing.
No denying those two have some surprising similarities.
I don't see any people in this part of the park.
I'm fine with here if you are.
All right, Fee. Here are my conditions. If I win this duel, I want you to tell me about your past. Your personal history. At first, there was something about your strength that I couldn't bring myself to accept. From the moment we first met, I could tell you were holding back. And considering your build, your combat proficiency is extraordinary. It's simply too far removed from what I've come to know through following the way of the sword.
No doubt.
Really? Yeah, all things considered, Fee's strength is totally improbable for someone her size.
To add to that, you were once part of a Jaeger Corps. I can't say I've ever thought of the Jaegers in a particularly favorable light. If one defines knighthood as the way of the virtuous, how can the path of the Jaeger be seen as anything but corrupt? I came to believe that because we'd been raised with such strongly opposing values, I could not accept you. However, I was mistaken. After hearing Elliot's story, I asked myself again why it was that I felt such resistance to fighting alongside you. I tried to ascertain my own feelings, slowly and carefully. And that was when I finally realized, during all these months we've spent together, I've known deep down that you were worthy of my trust. Our values had nothing to do with that judgment. It came from my heart alone. But in my stubbornness, I refused to acknowledge that one simple truth. In my heart, I had already deemed you worthy of trust. Yet in my mind, I still couldn't see past our incompatibilities. I suspect that contradiction was what prevented us from using our Arcus to fight as one.
So, that's how it was. Did you know about this?
Yeah, I noticed during our fight with that monster earlier.
You weren't the only one who thought we couldn't get along. You live your life so... honestly. I guess somewhere along the way I'd given up on you ever accepting me.
I see.
Still, what does this have to do with wanting to know about my past? Why do you want to know?
It's very simple, really. I want to know because I like you.
What are you...
I find it frustrating when I'm not able to understand those I've taken an interest in or have a high opinion of.
Oh, battery died. Next controller.
I felt like this several months ago with Reen, and I feel the same way now. That's why I want to know your history. I want to know what shaped you into who you are now. That said, this is simply an act of self-indulgence on my part. Nothing more, nothing less.
I'm not sure what to say.
That's our Laura, all right.
You really are something else. It's fine. I don't mind telling you. But taking your spoils by force is the Jaeger's way through and through. Is that okay with you?
It's fine. Because I have no intention of thinking of my reward as a spoil of battle. I'd much rather consider it an honor, bestowed for a hard-won victory.
Fine by me.
You just talk things out. Why do you even need to fight now?
All right, I'll officiate your duel. Neither of you need to hold anything back. If I think it's getting too dangerous, I'll step in and stop the fight.
Very well.
Thanks.
They were louder and longer than Dragon Ball Z.
Hey! Shatter! Target lock! Here!
Impressive.
Same to you.
Then I won't hold back. Allow me to show my strongest skill learned from my father.
Then I'll show you my strongest. Learned it from the boss himself.
That's enough!
I couldn't even tell who won. What about you, Reen?
I feel bad saying this after volunteering to be the judge, but as far as I could tell, it was a draw.
Really?
Well, I suppose it is what it is. I'll simply have to continue my training and challenge you again another time. And don't forget, I still wish to duel you as well.
Wait, why me?
Honestly.
Actually, I lost this one.
Huh?
Jaegers are at our best when we fight at night. The darkness gives us an edge. But even after I threw out a flash grenade, the duel still ended in a draw. If we'd fought during the day, I would have lost.
That's
She has a point.
Well then.
very well. I'll accept this victory.
Well, anyway.
I guess the two of us should go for a little stroll then.
I don't mind if you listen. Is that fine with you, Laura?
I have no objections. We're all in this together.
Okay. I used to be part of a Jaeger Corps called Zephyr. Before that, my earliest memories are of explosions and battlefields. I found myself wandering in a war-torn hotspot on the outskirts of some country I never even knew the name of. Jaeger Corps threw themselves into battle for the highest bidder day after day, while I wandered alone. The man who eventually took me in called himself the Jaeger King. He was the leader of Zephyr, a pretty famous Jaeger Corps. He was middle-aged, crafty, stubborn, and lucky. He always seemed so carefree, but he never let his guard down. To me, though, he was the closest thing to a father I've ever had. The other members of Zephyr had their quirks, but they were all nice to me. As time went on, I started helping with the cleaning, the cooking, the packing. During my free time, they started teaching me all kinds of skills I'd need to survive on the battlefield. One thing led to another, and I ended up fighting in my first real battle. I was 10, I think. The boss was reluctant, but after the others persuaded him, he made me a full-fledged member of the group. For the next few years, we lived and fought together. I even picked up a nickname like some career Jaegers do. Sylphide. We roamed all across the continent together. There were hard times. Times when we thought we might not live through the night, but we always did. Together. Until last year, when our boss died. It was a clash with another Jaeger Corps, the Red Constellation. People used to say they were the only other Jaeger Corps in West Zemuria who could match us. Their leader, a guy they called the War God, had been on bad terms with our boss for years. Eventually, the War God and the Jaeger King decided to settle things with one big duel. They kept going for 3 days and 3 nights. In the end, they both fell. After that, the Zephyr I'd grown up with disbanded. All the members who were left just kind of scattered. I don't know where they went. Then, just like that, I was alone again.
I don't know what to say.
After that, you ended up coming to the academy?
Yep. Just when I was wondering what I'd do next, Sarah showed up. She said she'd been following the situation between Zephyr and the Red Constellation. That's how we first met. I told her about what happened, and she dragged me to the academy. She introduced me to the principal, and after that, well, you know the rest.
That's quite a history.
It is.
Listening to you tell your story really brings into focus how limited my view of the world has been. But I feel like I finally know you. There's still so much more I want to learn, of course, but at least this gives me a base to build on. How about it? Care to mix things up a little?
Oh. Let's do it.
No, wait just a minute.
I should have known. I guess I've had this coming since the practical exam, huh?
Well, it's at your discretion, of course. I doubt either of us has the energy to fight at our peak.
But we'll give it a try.
You gotta be kidding me! We haven't got a chance against them!
Come on. This is a good opportunity to see what they can really do, right? Let's just think of this as a little bonus for our field study and give it the best we've got.
Fine. But I don't intend to hold back, so I expect no less from both of you.
You have my thanks.
Here we go.
I'm not going to hold back.
Fine, I'll do it.
I'll handle it. Huh.
Right!
Get that! There!
Your turn. My turn.
Right!
Okay.
How about this?
Of course!
No way! There! Gotcha!
I'll handle
Too slow!
it. Okay.
Should have seen that coming.
Right!
I'll handle it.
This is so ridiculous.
Hostiles neutralized. Guess we're safe.
We did it.
Uh-huh.
You two. It's like they're off in their own little world.
I think we've just witnessed the birth of an unstoppable duo.
Hey, what are you four doing?
Oh, crap.
Uh-oh.
Students? Are you from one of the local high schools?
We received reports of a group causing a terrible racket in the park. What in Adios' name were you doing?
Causing trouble.
Please, sir, this isn't what it might seem like. There's a perfectly reasonable, though admittedly rather complicated explanation for all of this.
It's actually really quite simple.
We're very sorry for any trouble we've caused. We tried to minimize the disturbance to others, but it seems we weren't totally successful there.
Perhaps dueling in the park wasn't as good of an idea as it first seemed.
Maybe the underground tunnels would have been better.
You know, it's a little late for such deep insights. Besides, who do you think were the ones who started this? Don't just act like you're some innocent bystanders.
Ooh, you're moving up in the world. I've got a little reward here for you. Keep up the good work.
Huh? Are they all still asleep? It's almost time for breakfast.
Oh, it's you, Elliot. Sorry, we didn't mean to keep you waiting.
What's wrong? You look exhausted.
You might say we had a pretty eventful night.
Look at these geriatrics. On the other hand, as you can see, we have gusto to spare. Isn't that right, Fee?
And you call yourselves men?
How can you two just waltz around like that after last night? Are you even human?
Whoa, just calm down.
Wow, what the heck did you guys do last night? The two of you look like you've been chased around town by wolves, but Fee and Laura are all buddy-buddy now.
Yeah, we'll catch you up on that later. First things first, let's grab the list of today's tasks from the mailbox.
Oh, so that's what happened yesterday after you guys left. I feel all left out now. You have our apologies. But listening to you talk about your resolve yesterday strengthened my own. I simply couldn't wait any longer. We'll treat you to something later. Consider yourself lucky you didn't have to endure 2 hours of police questioning afterward like we did. Oh, so that's why you all seem so tired. Yeah, it's not the lack of sleep that gets you, it's the mental fatigue. So did you receive another pack of tasks from the governor? Yep, probably delivered first thing this morning before we were even awake. We'll look over them when we finish our breakfast. Agreed. Make sure you've got plenty to eat so you'll have lots of energy for the day ahead. There's plenty more where that came from if you can manage it. Field Study Day 2, Assigned Tasks. So we've got quite a variety today, too. Yeah, one of them looks like it'll take us to an area where we didn't get to see yesterday. Yep, that monster extermination request from Heimdall Port. We shouldn't have any problems getting there on the tram. Same for Mater Park, where we were yesterday. We'll likely have to visit a number of locations today as well. Considering that the festival begins tomorrow, I expect the city will be buzzing with excitement. Still, no need to rush. Well, take care, everyone. It'll be fun just walking around watching as everyone puts the finishing touches on their decorations. Right. Thanks, sis. Thank you very much for making us breakfast. Alright, let's get started. These jobs aren't going to do themselves. Let me just make sure. Yep. Had to see the kitty. We're looking for a cat. These are not the cats we were looking for. I can count that somehow. We've searched the entirety of the Oz District now. Yeah, I think so. What's up? Well, Oz is home to most of Heimdaller's stray cats, but I haven't seen their leader around anywhere. They have a leader? Guess we haven't really searched the alleyways or anything yet. True, those are the kind of places that you'd expect to find kittens too. I'll just return to our search then. What's wrong? That's quite the impressive presence. It's massive for a cat. Maybe this is their leader? That's one big cat. That's him. That's the leader of all the cats in Oz District. They call him Mr. Kittles. That's not a very imposing name. Sure is quick, especially for his size. He's not the boss for nothing. I guess this house on the other side of this gate. Must be. I wouldn't have thought to look there. Let's get this gate open and take a look. Is it alright for us to do that? Sure, the only thing behind here is an old abandoned house. No one will complain if we lock it up afterwards. This Tittle should be somewhere around here. There he is. Not close. Okay, so only 612 steps taken so far. Still another 1,400 to go.
I welcome all challenges.
We'll clear this place out.
Of course.
Get our steps in. Maybe get
My
some
turn.
much needed pure gelatin while we're at it.
My turn.
Here we go. That's that. Let's keep moving.
Advantages. Okay.
Right.
Here we go.
Leave it to me.
My turn.
Right.
Here we go. That's that. Let's keep moving.
Although I should really just stick to the things that are actually going to give me the
The
clear
advantage
gelatin.
is ours. Right. Evil will fall before my blade.
Just helped by the fact that everything's just going to run away from me the moment it sees me.
Now's our chance. Here we go.
Okay.
Right.
Right.
I'll handle it. Done. But we can't relax yet.
We have not. My turn.
My turn.
Okay.
It's my turn. Eat that.
Right. You still have a lot of training to do.
Okay.
Go.
It's my turn. There's no time to waste.
Okay.
Right. We should keep going. I've only.
My turn.
I'll handle it.
Right.
Right. That takes care of them.
Now's our chance.
Of course. Hey!
I'll handle it.
Here we go. Sit. Right.
That takes care of them.
Just coming here reminds me of last night's ordeal.
Sounds like you had a rough night.
Okay. It's the main harbor that comes onto the Anor River. So that south-flowing river is the Anor. I can see a warehouse district in the distance as well. Yeah, this is a major hub of the Captain's Freight distribution network. Not quite as important as the Transcontinental Railroad airships, but still vital. We also received a monster extermination request from here. See if we can track down whoever made that request. Okay.
Being near water always helps me relax.
Oh yeah, your hometown is right on a lake, isn't it?
Excuse me, would it be possible to speak with the person in charge here? It's in charge, huh? You're looking at him. Something I can help you with? Can't imagine what would draw a bunch of students to the port. We're here on a request from the Imperial Governor. We've been informed that there's a monster around here that needs to be dealt with. Oh, you guys are here about that? I just sent that request to City Hall yesterday. Didn't think they'd get anyone here that quick. I'll bet this is my father's doing. Sheer coincidence of it has his fingerprints all over it. Well, he is the Imperial Governor after all. He can pull strings. Oh, are you Governor Regnant's son? You must be really proud to have such a hard-working dad like that. Yeah, I am. Anyway, would you be willing to explain the particulars of the request to us? Sure, no problem. There's a doorway over there, and we know the monster's lurking somewhere in there. At least an underground passage, and lately we've been hearing the howls of some beast down there. Old underground passage, you say? You think it's... Might be the same tunnels we went into from the hotel yesterday. It does seem like that network of passageways runs under most of the city. It seems the Howling Monster is to be our target this time. May I ask how we can gain access to the underground passage? Is there some problem? This isn't bugging me. I think it's something in the way you talk, but you're not a noble, are you? I am, but how does that impact our ability to do what you've requested? Maybe it doesn't, but still. You damn nobles live the high life looking down on us common folk. Can't really bring myself to ask for help from people who think they're born better than us. Looks like the reformers have a pretty strong foothold in this part of the city. Yeah, but is that any real surprise? Actually, if that bothers you, I should mention I'm a noble too. Granted, I'm from a pretty distant part of the Empire, but still. You're kidding me, right? Our class is actually made up of both commoners and nobles. I'm a commoner myself, but Rain and Laura here have always gone out of their way to help me. Laura's skill with the sword and her commitment to duty is second to none. She'd never dream of looking down on people or giving less than her all. Elliot, Fee, my friends are telling the truth. My father was the one who assigned us this task, so if you feel you can trust his judgment. Sorry, you're right. You can have your way to give us a hand, but it's hard to shake old beliefs. Here, I'll leave this with you. Head further along the port and go through the door you find. That'll take you into the underground passage. Well, it's pretty complicated, and there's water flowing down there too, so watch your step. You have my thanks. It's nothing. I'm sorry for treating you so rudely. I should be a better man than that. I always thought nobles and commoners were oil and water, but I guess there are some good nobles out there after all. I agree. Alright, we've got ourselves a monster external. Let's head down into the tunnels. Ready when you are. Before we go, I want you all to know what I really appreciate what you said. Especially you, Fia. I didn't expect that I'd ever hear you stick up for me. It made me truly happy. No need to thank me. There's no charge for telling the truth. Well, if you insist. Looks like these two have really patched things up. Well, I'll take that any day compared to what we had before. Alright, let's start by finding the door that leads to the underground. Yeah. Looks like it opened. The last trip into these tunnels then go by, it's not going to be easy going. Dude, should make sure we're thoroughly prepared. Right. Looks like this was built in the Middle Ages too, just like that passage we were in yesterday. I think they're connected? Even if they were, they're so far apart that I doubt we could find our way to the tunnel from yesterday. I can hear running water too. Looks like the port chief was right. This area seems kind of like it's connected to some kind of waterway. Maybe it's going to connect directly to the Nor River. Judging by the way the sound echoes, this passage is wider than yesterday's. Just as gloomy though. It's going to be rough. Yeah, no one was expecting it to be smooth going. At least now you and Laura can link with each other. This should make battles that much easier for all of us. Yeah, if you're looking for a chance to make up for all the worry you've caused us, well, here you go. Leave it to us. I'm looking forward to paying our debts to you all. I just had a thought. If no one really goes down here, who's replacing the oil or the ornament stuff to power these lights?
Advantages are my turn.
Right. My turn. Okay, it's safe for now.
The advantage
My
is
turn.
ours. Of course. Hey!
Here we go. Right, eat that.
That takes care of them.
That one looks annoying. Watch out.
Watch out.
My
This is
turn.
because it says you look annoying.
My turn.
We'll put you out of my misery.
Broken.
Right.
I'll handle it.
Right. You still have a lot of training to do.
I wonder when that mechanism was made.
I'm guessing a few hundred years ago at least. Probably during the Dark Ages.
Those were difficult times back then.
Now's our chance.
Right.
Let's get him.
You still have a lot of training to do. The advantage is ours. An opening.
Here we go.
Of course.
Right. There's no time to waste.
Is that a treasure chest?
Yes, yes, it was.
A challenging foe. We should engage it with care.
Stay on guard
Here
and
we
don't
go.
get cocky.
Of course.
I'll handle it. Got it.
An opening.
Right.
Of course.
Here we go. Okay, it's safe for now.
I mean, unfortunately, it's got in my way.
Oh, what a nice looking treasure chest.
Advantage is ours.
turn.
Let's finish
Of
him.
course. You still have a lot of training to do. The advantage
My
is
turn.
ours.
Now.
An opening.
My turn.
Of course. Hey! Off guard.
Broken. No one
When
stands
we
a
fight
chance.
together,
Now's our
I'll
chance.
handle it.
Here we go.
right. Hey!
It's my turn.
Okay. Target's eliminated. Let's get going.
So to target these guys because, once again, trying to find an item I need for cooking.
Enemy sighted. Let's take them out.
Leave it to me.
Of course.
Okay. Target's eliminated. Let's get going.
We have nothing
My
to
turn.
fear.
It's my turn. Eat that.
Of course. Hey!
Okay. Now.
An opening.
Here we go. Too slow.
My turn.
Okay.
My turn.
I'll handle it. Hostiles neutralized. Guess we're safe. I spied treasure.
Secret door, like, previous
Oh,
area.
what a nice looking treasure chest.
Or the previous little dungeon we went through.
This place seems like it goes on forever.
My father sure gave us a real humdinger of a job to deal with.
Well, I'm sure we must be getting close now.
That one looks annoying. Watch out.
Now's our chance. Here we go! Ha!
I'll handle it.
Of course. Hey!
It's my turn!
My turn. Hostiles neutralized. Guess we're safe.
Is that a treasure chest?
A dangerous foe. Stay on guard.
Advantage is my turn.
Here we go!
I mean, he was wisely not wanting anything to do with me.
It's my turn. Eat that. All right, let's keep moving.
Enemy sighted!
My turn.
Take him out!
Hey!
Go!
I'll handle it. Targets eliminated. Hostile spotted. Beginning combat.
Gotcha!
Of course.
Okay. Got it.
An opening.
No one
When
stands
we
a
fight
chance.
together,
Advantage is
Here we
ours.
go.
Let's finish it. Okay.
right.
Right, eat that.
I'll handle it.
Here we go!
Of course.
Okay.
Right. We should keep going.
I spy treasure. Hostile
Here
spotted.
we go!
Beginning combat.
Of course.
I'll handle it.
It's my turn.
Here we go!
My turn. Now.
Broken. I'll handle it.
My turn!
I'll handle it. Got it.
An opening. Of course.
My turn.
My turn!
Of course. We should keep going.
I think because I already have that.
That one looks in.
I'm betting that's the monster we need to take care of. Looks like a gigantic crocodile. Seems pretty vicious too, and this area doesn't have a very good footing either. We'll make sure we're fully prepared before we engage it.
A worthy adversary. Behold the might of the Archradiant Legion!
My turn! Now's our chance!
Gotcha. It's my turn. Now.
Got it!
Well, that went
How'd
better
you
than
expect it to go?
Pretty well just slaughtered him. Phew, we did it, Jess. Fee? Mm-hmm. Uh-huh. It's hard to believe that not even 24 hours ago you two still weren't getting along. Two of you really do make an amazing team, though. Two of you coordinating your attacks, I don't think anything stands a chance against us. No, that monster clearly had the advantage as far as the brute strength is concerned. If we didn't have superior numbers, I doubt we would have emerged victorious. Yep, we still got room for improvement. The thought of you two getting any stronger is kind of terrifying. What's wrong? Nothing much. Just seeing those two got me thinking that I'm going to need to strengthen my own resolve soon, too. What do you mean by that? Don't worry about it for now. You know, we ought to get back and give our report. Very well then.
A challenging foe. We should engage it with care.
Or just run by it. something the matter? Oh, I didn't notice this before, but does anyone else feel a slight breeze in the area? Wait. This way. I think it's like the passage we found yesterday. So there's a secret passage here too. If so, I imagine it probably opens up like the last one we did. Maybe this leads to somewhere else in the capital then. No way to know for sure until we open it. I suspect as much. I wonder where this leads. It's hard to be sure. We lose our sense of distance and location traveling underground like this. Say we're heading in the direction of... Man, there's an exit close by? Alright, let's try and make our way outside.
Now's our chance.
My turn.
My turn. Off guard.
Broken.
It's my turn.
I'll handle it. Done. But we can't relax yet. That one looks annoying. Watch out.
Now's our chance. Here we go. Now's our chance. Gotcha.
Right.
Okay. Now.
An opening.
Leave it to me. All right, let's keep moving.
Oh, a treasure chest!
Oh, there's the exit.
We're finally there.
Isn't this? We seem to have merged in Ossus. Marcus Home is here, if I'm not mistaken. Well, I had no idea that underground passage went all the way from the port to here. The that network of tunnels beneath the city really does seem to cover a vast area. It's like something of a spy novel, I'll say. Maybe it's a sign. Was that? That must be trying to mark the noon hour. Yeah, that's Heimdaller's Cathedral Bell. The cathedral itself is pretty far away, over in the Sankt district, but you can hear it pretty clearly even here. Well, I think it's about time we found something to eat. How about we order to go from one of the local shops? We don't really have much, but I'd be happy to at least treat you to coffee at our house. What? You mean, Machias? You're inviting us into your home? So this is the capital's famous fish and chips. I was expecting it to be delicious, but even still, I'm impressed. Yeah, the post is supposed to be pretty well known for their fish and chips. I mean, it tastes good, but at the end of the day, it's still greasy comfort food. Better eat it while it's hot. It tastes disgusting if you let it cool off. Probably still better than wartime rations, though. What food isn't? This coffee seems pretty high class, though. It's got a nice, rich fragrance. Do you bry your own beans and grind them at home? Yeah, it looks like my father went out and stocked up not too long ago. Now and then he gets the chance to take some time away from his duties and come relax back here. He sees his coffee as a small island of luxury in his hectic daily life, I think. That does sound like something I could see Governor Regnitz saying. He seems like quite a respectable man to me. You'd hardly imagine a home like this belonging to an important official like the Imperial Governor. It's tiny. You know, it wouldn't hurt to be a little less blunt. No worries, as I said. My father and I are commoners through and through. He might be a top official, but neither of us really saw that as a reason to change our whole lifestyle. Besides, it's not as though we don't have some attachment to this house. Ah, right. Does seem like a comfy place to live in, though. Really cozy and relaxing.
Ooh, there's a photo.
Oh, that.
Aww, look at cute little Machias there.
He looks like he had such a sweet disposition.
Yeah, before he grew up to be a stubborn old nag.
Stop nitpicking people's old family photos! Honestly.
The governor looks the same as ever, though. Is that woman next to him your older sister or something?
Close enough. She was a cousin on my father's side of the family. Since she lived quite close, she often came to visit. Now, her family was just my father and I, so having her around was a big help.
The way you speak about her seems to imply you no longer see her. Did she get married and move away?
She died around 6 years ago.
Oh.
I see. And that has something to do with why you hate the nobility, right?
So...
I never really planned on telling anyone about this. But considering all we've been through, I suppose it's time I told you a little more about me. It's a long story, but would you hear me out?
Of course.
Absolutely.
Glad to.
Thanks. Sis was 9 years my senior. Beautiful, kind. To me, she was in every sense the ideal woman. Now, as I said earlier, we're a family of commoners through and through. But my father proved to be a very capable government official. And eventually, he was promoted to an important government position, where he started to make a name for himself. Honesty and integrity are a core part of his work ethic. So, of course, he made his fair share of enemies. But after seeing success in a number of major projects, he gained a reputation both inside and outside the government. My mother died when I was still young. But Sis happened to live around here and ended up helping us in more ways than I can count. Since she was his niece, my father always made a fuss over her. And even though she didn't live in the same house, she was like a real sister to me, and a real daughter to my father. I was always so proud of her. As a child, she was practically my idol. And as you'd expect, she had countless admirers among the men of the city. But for all her popularity, she was always level-headed and sensible. So I never felt I had anything to worry about, until he appeared. He was one of my father's subordinates at City Hall, though unlike him, he was a noble by birth. A man of high rank, too. The heir of a count. However, he had none of the arrogance or haughtiness one usually associates with the nobility. When I met him myself, he came across as an honest and loyal man. He met Sis when Dad introduced him to her one day, and eventually the two of them fell in love and began a relationship, despite the difference in their social status. As a child, I was frustrated beyond words, but even I had to admit that the two of them made a good couple. And Sis seemed so happy when she was with him that I had no choice but to let it go and accept their relationship. Time went on and they became engaged, with Dad acting as the go-between. And that's when everything started to fall apart. His family couldn't have been more blatant in their attempts to undermine the relationship. Apparently, one of the four great houses, House Cayenne, proposed an arranged marriage on short notice, and the Count's family were up in arms at the thought he might choose to take a mere commoner as his wife. Since my father held an important post, they were limited in how shamelessly they could try to sabotage the marriage. But they began to harass and threaten her in secret every way they could think of. They made her life a living hell. Maybe she didn't want to cause trouble for the man she loved, or perhaps she did it out of consideration for my father. But all that time, she chose to endure it alone. She never discussed it or asked for help. And finally, it became so crushing that she took her own life. It was only afterward that my father and I learned what had really happened. It seems that at the very last, he had chosen to betray her love for him. But I told her, he said. I told her I'd treasure her as my mistress instead if she'd just accept that we couldn't be married. I just don't understand it. Why would she take her own life? After that, my father seemed to redouble his efforts. It was like watching a machine kick into high gear. With the help of his ally, Chancellor Osborne, he was able to wrest control of City Hall from the noble faction. Then, 4 years ago, he was appointed to his current position as governor of Heimdall. And that's how the Regnitz family came to be where it is.
I don't even know what to say.
So that's why you started hating nobles?
Yeah. I was so furious at Sis's death. My hatred needed to be directed at someone. Anyone. First I blamed her fiancé, then his family, then the family of the Duke who tried to intervene. In the end, I just hated the nobility as a whole. The people, their culture, the entire idea of social classes. I desperately wanted the strength to win against them. To show how right I was. How wrong they were. But deep down, I knew the truth about my hate. I knew I was taking out my anger on people who didn't deserve it. People who had done nothing wrong.
You did?
They may be from different social classes, but people are still individuals. Sis's fiancé was faithful to her. He just wasn't strong enough to shield her from all that ugliness, despite his love. And the Count and his family were only acting in their best interests, which is to be expected, really. Ultimately, I've had to acknowledge that not all commoners are good people, and not all nobles are unworthy of respect. Eustace might not have done much to change my opinion, but getting to know you two showed me that there are nobles who live up to that name.
Machias.
I have no idea how my father feels about all of this, but this is how I've come to feel.
I see. You have my thanks.
I'm glad you felt you could talk to us about it.
Still, I don't think it hurt to be a bit more honest with yourself. If you're willing to admit all of that, maybe you can find it in you to be friends with Eustace, too.
Are you kidding me? I might accept that not all nobles are bad, but that arrogant, self-centered fool can go choke on a palm. Who's mocking me for spending so much time studying, or telling me I need to get out more.
I don't think he goes quite that far. Besides, I don't think he does it on purpose. He doesn't mean any harm.
That's the most irritating part! He does it without thinking!
Well, that was a good coffee break, wouldn't you say?
I mean, on the note of that story, though, he told about his relative, don't bottle things up, talk with people, seek help, and just take care of yourself. Well, lunchtime is over. It must be almost time for the summer festival decorations to start going up. I would have thought preparation for that would have started way before now. Is Summer Festival not that big of a deal in the capital? It depends on who you ask. I always just thought of it as one of those small yearly traditions. In my hometown, the Summer Festival is a major event with extensive preparations. Perhaps those places where the ancient animistic traditions survive put more effort into celebrating the festival. Animism does seem to have mostly vanished here. Not as much as in Rower or Crossbell, though. Well, I suppose it's hard to think of it as a seasonal festival in the capital and celebrate a month late to begin with. I think most just see it as an opportunity to catch a glimpse of the Imperial family. Yeah, that sounds about right. Oh, that makes sense. Is that your Argus ring? What's it doing ringing out here? This is Class 7 Group A, Reen Schwartzer speaking. Hello there, Reen. This is Carl Regnitz. Governor Regnitz. Dad, come to think of it, he did say that we would be able to use our Argus communication functionality in the city, didn't he? You're Group A's representative, so I figured it'd be best to call you. Is now a good time? Yes, now it's totally fine. We actually just left your house. Machias invited us in for coffee. Haha, did he now? I had a favorite specialty store roast those beans just the way I like them. It was top-notch brew, alright. With all that's been going on, it was nice to just sit down and enjoy a good cup of coffee. I'm glad you're able to spend some quality time together. Anyway, getting to the point, I'm calling because we have a bit of a problem in our hands. That being the case, I'd like Group A to take care of one additional task for me. An extra task? We can do that, sure, but what exactly is it you'd like us to do? There appears to have been a burglary at the jewelers in the Garnier district. That's not all. The culprit seems to have left a message addressed to you. What? Your confusion is understandable. However, the jewelers submitted a report of the burglary to City Hall a short while ago. Normally, I leave this to the proper authorities, but would you be willing to go and see if there's anything you can do? Of course, sir. Head over to the Garnier district at once. Alright then, I'll leave this matter in your hands. What was that all about? There it was, you seem perplexed. Well, wait till you hear this. So jewelry boutique was burglarized and the culprit left a message addressed to us? Weird. The thinking about it, this all sounds kind of familiar. Yeah, now that you mention it, I'm getting a strange sense of deja vu as well. Still, it would have been helpful if my father could have furnished a few more details. Well, it's already past noon. Let's head over to the Garnier district and find out what happened. Excuse me, are you in charge of the store? I'm here on behalf of the local government investigating a reported burglary. Yes, that's right, I'm the owner. You must be the students from Thor's Military Academy. Indeed, Class 7, Group A at your service. Oh, thank goodness. We may have yet a chance to recover the Crimson Tiara. So that's the object that was stolen? Yes, exactly. It's embedded with priceless carnelian gemstones, captivating the hearts of all who gaze upon it. It's a centerpiece of our display, under consideration to become a national treasure, and valued at almost 100 million mira. Pretty pricey, yeah, I'll say. It was being displayed in that big showcase in the center of the room, wasn't it? I'd heard that the store was fitted with the best security system money could buy so they could display the tiara safely. Afraid this was all due to my carelessness. There was no problem with our recently installed security system. The problem was me falling right into a Phantom Thief B's trap. Wait, the Phantom Thief B? I've heard all manner of rumors about him, but I still find it hard to believe this was actually his doing. The name sounds kind of familiar. Seems like Elliot Machias knows him. Yeah, he's a thief with quite a reputation in the capital. He calls himself a liberator of beauty, and he made quite a name for himself with a string of major thefts a number of years ago. He's even gained an enthusiastic fan following for the daring and graceful methods he uses during his thefts. Oh, now I remember where I've heard his name before. He's the thief who managed to steal an orbital tank from the Imperial Army, right? Yeah, that's one of his most famous exploits. I seem to recall hearing that story myself. Wonder how one steals a tank. So, do we know how the tiara was stolen? Phantom Thief B is well known for sending the victim a card notifying them of his intended crime before he commits it. Did he send a card this time? Yes, that's right. The card also contained this message. Your prize tiara has already been replaced with an imitation. However, that message was a feint. While we did have the utmost faith in our security system, we knew that if anyone could get past it, it would be him. We decided to open the display case to check the tiara, but as it turns out, that's what he was counting us to do. So that's when he stole the tiara, huh? Afraid so. Unbelievable. Assuming we weren't able to get a good look at the culprit's face. Indeed, as soon as we opened the display case, the lights all went out. By the time we got them back on, the tiara had vanished. I see. Sounds like he's no ordinary thief. The piece is as valuable as this. Can you maybe explain how you decided would be the optimal choice for this request? Please take a look at this. It really is addressed to us. Why the thief's apparent reveling in his crime somewhat unpleasant. Yeah, though on the other hand, he seems to be giving us a chance to get the tiara back. True. Do you have this other card that the thief mentioned? Of course, please, take this. Riddle, is it? Well, I'm sure the Vermilion Capital is referring to the city itself. As for the feet of Concord with the heart of a lion, it's just like a treasure hunt, and this card's our first clue. It does seem that way. So you think you can help us out? We'd be happy to. Tongues like that, I'm all for wiping that smug satisfaction off his face. Let's be off then. Thank you so much. Please find it. Wasn't... They kind of made this Drykel out to be that way, and then there is this plaza, so maybe his statue? The Conqueror with the Heart of a Lion. Couldn't mean anything other than the statue of Emperor Drykel's. Agreed, it's hard to hear a clue like that and not immediately think of Drykel's the Lionheart. This statue is the most famous monument of him here in Heimdall, then chances are good that we're in the right place. The card said to look at his feet. Let's do it then. There we go, it's the same type of card as the last one too. Assume we were correct then? Well, I won't know until we check. Northwest Eastern Sea of the Prismatic Palace. Guess what could that mean? Prismatic Palace. I haven't seen anything that would even remotely look like a prison. There was a building in Mater Park I haven't looked at. No, that would be a prismatic palace. Giant greenhouse. Well, I'm sure technically with the size, it's an indoor arboretum. Would probably be a closer approximation. Northeast, so east would be this direction.
There's so many butterflies.
It really gives the place an exotic touch, huh?
Yes. Yeah. This be the only one. But wouldn't this be more northeast? It has this guy at the top. This must be the Prismatic Palace. Yeah, all signs point to the Crystal Garden, which leaves only the northeastern seat. Presumably prefers an actual place one can sit. Which suggests we ought to investigate this bench in the northeast part of the garden. Is that it? Seems so. What's it say? Okay, nothing real. So, what can we do but keep going? Since fate has ordained that we should meet again. Recognize that voice. Who were you again? He's Baron Blue Blanc. Yeah, we first met during our field study in Breahard, I believe. Tres bien. I am most pleased to see that you have not forgotten me. Though if my eyes do not deceive me, you have two new faces among your throng today, no? Hi, it's nice to meet you. I heard mention of you from my classmates. Has your search for beauty brought you all the way to Heimdall, too? You can indeed say that. However, to meet not just in Breahard, but among the picturesque elegance of the Vermilion capital as well. Truly, it seems we are bound together by destiny most inseparable, would you not agree? I'm not sure. It's a bit on the unique side, huh? Yeah, unique, let's just call it that. I couldn't sense him coming at all, though. Please, the intensity of your stares is positively withering. Or is it that my overwhelming beauty has clutched your heart so tightly that you cannot help but gaze and wonder? Phantom Thief B, Baron Blue Blanc, keeps talking about beauty. I think I know where this is going. Oh, I'd bet all the mirror I have on me that's absolutely not the case. Now, if you'll excuse me, there's so much I must attend to. I wish you the best of luck with your studies. And then, there he goes. So what did he come to convey to us? That guy, who knows? Round Table once rested the Gauntless explored the east of the city. Let's see. That part doesn't make any sense to me. But gauntlets that supported. We're either talking about a store? Like Plaza Bifrost? No. That supported the east of the city. The store wants support so much. The guild branch, maybe? Round table here. Oh, sorry, I had to yawn. That looks like a round table. The gauntlets that supported the east of the city. The gauntlets assembled the Bracer Guild, isn't it? It's on their emblem, too. Yeah, the ones in the east parts mentioned in the note seem important as well. This building was once a branch of the guild. While the capital once had 2 such branches, this is the easternmost branch. This must be the round table. Ah, here it is. I can't believe you trespassed into our lodgings. Indeed, though from the look of things it does seem he doesn't seem to have touched anything else. Still not a pleasant thought. Yeah, it's kind of creepy knowing he was here. Especially considering we don't know what he's actually after. Anyway, let's see what the next card says. Bottom of the white burden of the steel bird perched at the water's edge. Sure enough, it's another riddle. Rather challenging one at that. Water's edge. So, there's been a couple places that have had fountains. There's no bird here.
This looks like a nice spot.
Guessing that's for fishing. Other places that had water. Mayor Park. Even this one doesn't make a whole lot of sense.
This park is so peaceful, it's easy to forget we're in the capital.
I could take a nap here.
Yeah, people love to come here to relax.
The only other place I can think of that there's water was the port.
Esperanza?
I believe it means hope.
Steel bird perched at the water's edge. The last clue seems like it might be referring to the crane here in Heimdall Port. That'd make its white bird in these containers. Can't see a card attached to any of them though. Clue did say it would be on the bottom. Perhaps we should discuss this with whoever's in charge here and ask him to check the containers for us. That'd be Port Chief Don Berto. We met him earlier today, so let's see if he's willing to help us. that got stuck to the bottom like that. He wouldn't have been able to attach it without lifting the container, and that would have meant using the crane. But when did he do it? None of us ever noticed anything suspicious. Well, he's supposed to be Master of Disguise, right? Maybe disguise himself as one of the workers here? I can only guess as to how he might have done it, but it's definitely not something a normal person could pull off. That aside, what does the card say? Oh yeah, let's see. Final key is also hidden near the water's edge. The crimson crown you seek sleeps within a black ark, nestled in the steel car that marches with the minutes. This one's just as astute as the others, though if it's also hidden near the water's edge. From all indications, I'd say the next one is here in Heimdall Port 2. It says final key and crimson crown too, so at least there's that. Yeah, it looks like this is the last one. The steel car. My guess is that the last group versus the orbital tram? That seems like the best fit. What about marching with the minutes? This tram schedule, of course, arriving and departing at preset times. Heimdall Port is a starting and ending point for all trams in the city, so you could say the tram here is waiting for its appointed time. That makes sense in a weird way. I guess this is the place then. Let's get the driver's permission to have a look inside. Excuse me, do you think you could do us a favor? Sure, what do you need? The infamous Phantom Thief B hid something in this tram car. Why is he hiding his eyes? Yes, we believe that to be the case. Wow, really? Well, I get where you're coming from. Go and look around as much as you want. Thank you for your cooperation. Looks like this must be the Black Ark mentioned on the card. Our Phantom Thief appears to have taken no pains to hide it. Isn't it kind of weird that the driver didn't notice it? Maybe Phantom Thief B left it here not too long ago? I wouldn't be so sure. Anyway, let's have a look inside. Has such a fiery glow to it. Well, this is definitely the Crimson Tiara I've been running all over town looking for. So this thing's worth 100 million Mira? I'm almost afraid to handle it. Yeah, we've got to be really careful about getting this back to the jeweler safely.
So the tiara really was in there, huh? Now I'm wondering if the last passenger who stepped off the tram was Phantom Thief B himself. I don't remember there being any unusual passengers on board, though.
I see. So you have no idea who Phantom Thief B could have been then?
To have done so much and yet left no trace of his presence. He must truly be a master at covering his tracks.
You're looking at him.
I'll say. But hey, at least we were able to get the tiara back. I suppose that's good enough.
What's wrong, Rean?
Why are you staring at me like that?
I think it's time we put an end to this little charade. Don't you, Baron Blue Blanc? Or should I call you Phantom Thief B?
What?
This savory taste is why the unripe fruit is the most delectable of all.
Wait, aren't you the Baron we met earlier? But that mask...
That's the mask of Phantom Thief B. Allow me to introduce myself once again. I am Phantom Thief Blue Blanc, otherwise known simply as Phantom Thief B. Baron Blue Blanc is but one of the many roles I have assumed during my pursuits. Incidentally, might I ask when you first discovered my true identity?
It didn't really take much discovering. You went out of your way to show up in the Crystal Garden after all. Now, maybe it's just me, but I find it hard to believe you were seriously trying to hide your identity to begin with. Your disguises, nothing short of perfect, I have to admit. But with all the work you've put into this, I suspected you might come check on us near the end of your little game.
Ha ha! I see. Excellent deductive reasoning. Simply splendid.
But why would you do something like this? Why go to all the trouble?
Because he can.
Ah, does that interest you? Must there be a motive?
Nah. Now that we know your identity, there's nothing more to discuss.
Theft is a crime.
Indeed. A crime we will not allow to go unpunished.
Ah, what spirited youths you are!
What? How did he do that?
Just a little trick I like to keep up my sleeve. Regardless, you have provided me with plenty of sport and more than enough entertainment for one day. I will be watching your future achievements with keen interest. Ladies and gentlemen, until we meet again, I bid you adieu.
He disappeared again.
Yep, he did.
That's quite a little trick.
He might still be nearby. Let's search the area.
I can't believe that you were able to recover the tiara safely. How can I ever thank you? I almost got the impression we're the one reason he stole it in the first place. Maybe we should apologize to you? Oh no, not at all. Phantom Thief B's conquests have always seemed rather capricious. Imagine he just decided to use all of you as a convenient excuse for his latest escapade. Given how fixated on us he seemed, I don't think that's at all likely. Well, better not to say anything. Indeed, the last thing we want is to cause more confusion here. Afraid I can't offer you much, but please take these as a token of my thanks. This is a lot of Sepith. Are you sure that's alright to give us that much? It almost feels like more than we deserve. Well, this is a jewelry boutique after all. We have more Sepith laying around than we know what to do with. Well, that does make sense. Thank you very much. Think nothing of it. It's the least I could do after all you've done for us. Whew, that was quite exhausting. Thief B was an even more unpleasant fellow than I expected. Annoying to think his smug face was watching us the whole time. Yeah, though his name is pretty well known around here. He was plainly suspicious even when we first met him, but I didn't suspect he'd prove this much of a troublemaker. Something wrong, Rean? I was just thinking, he must be incredibly skilled. He disguised himself so well that he was virtually unrecognizable, not to mention all those other things he did. If this were martial arts we were talking about, he'd definitely be at the master level. I can't disagree. True. Why would someone like that try to mess with us? He specifically asked for Group A, too. Though I can't imagine why. Hold on. Is it my father again? This is Class 7 Group A Marine Schwartzer speaking. Hello. Sounds like you've been keeping yourselves busy. I know it's you, Instructor Sarah. Oh, got it in one. How'd you guess? Don't tell me. It's your smoldering love for your tragically beautiful teacher. I have, many feelings about you, but love would be stretching it. Anyway, you don't usually call us while we're out in field study. Something wrong? Actually, there's somewhere I'd like Group A to go. When you finish up what you have to go for your field study, I'd like you to head over to the Sankt District. Okay, let's see. That's where Heimdall Cathedral and the embassies are, right? I think Elisa's Academy is somewhere around there, too. Yeah, that's the place. I want all of you assembled outside Sing and Streya's Girls' School at 5 o'clock. Group B will be there, too. What? Don't worry, I've already informed the governor about this, so go ahead and enjoy yourselves. Anyway, have fun. Toodles! Hey, hold on, What's wrong now? Sounds like the instructor's being her usual irresponsible self again. Pretty much. I don't know what she's thinking. Oh, I know where that is. That Girls' Academy for Nobles, isn't that the one your sister attends? I have a few acquaintances who attend there myself, but I can't imagine why she'd have us all meet there. Girls' Academy, huh? I'm kind of curious. I'm sure she has her reasons. Weird ones, probably. It's almost evening, so we should finish up here and start heading over. Best way to get to the Sankt District is by tram, right? Yeah, doesn't matter where we catch the tram from. It'll pass through there. I almost dread to think what we'll have to do when we get there, though. I doubt we'll have time to do anything else once we've arrived at the Songta district. Should we get going?
They were wearing the same uniform as Reen's sister.
Yeah, they must go to St. Estrella too.
So, the famous St. Estrella Girls' School is around here, huh? It's supposed to be a combined middle and high school exclusively for the young ladies of the nobility.
Yeah, this is one part of the capital that the masses have no reason to visit. Although, I can at least support the school's commitment to fostering chastity and rejecting materialism.
You seem to know an awful lot about a fancy girls' school.
No, I don't. This is all just common knowledge.
Anyway, let's go and wait by the front gate.
Yeah, those were the instructor's orders.
I'm feeling kind of nervous, actually.
Why would you?
To men, this academy must seem clad in the mysterious, impenetrable aura of feminine nobility.
I was wondering, did you not want to come here, Laura?
My father did recommend it to me, but they offered no classes in the martial arts. That alone was reason enough to look elsewhere.
I can totally understand that.
Though I get the feeling Laura would cause a real uproar if she went to a school for genteel young ladies.
Yeah, I can picture the chaos now.
Oh? I have a number of acquaintances who attend there, and from all I hear, it does seem to be a wonderful school. I've heard that even Princess Alphen herself is a student there.
I've heard that too.
Princess who?
You've seriously never heard of her? I know you're not from Erebonia, but even still.
To be fair, I wouldn't be surprised if plenty of Erebonians didn't know who she is.
Princess Alphen is the daughter of our reigning emperor, His Majesty Emperor Eugent. She's supposed to be as sweet as an angel and popular with everyone.
Is that so?
Actually, I believe she's the same age as Fee. I've had the opportunity to meet her once before. She truly is as charming as the rumors suggest.
I figured as much. I've seen photographs of her plenty of times in magazines, though I've never had the opportunity to meet her.
Sounds like she's in the same school year as Elise, come to think of it. She has a twin brother, too, Prince Cedric. He's the crown prince of Erebonia.
Oh, right. I think I've seen a picture of the prince in a magazine before. Dark blonde hair, like Eustace's brother, right?
Oh, I think you're thinking of Prince Oliver. He's Cedric and Alphen's older brother.
Why isn't he the crown prince then?
I've heard the reason is that his mother was a commoner. It seems like a stupid reason to deny him the right of succession, but that's how nobles do things.
I feel like I've been hearing his name a lot lately. He made a big splash when he came back from Liberl aboard that airship. You know the one, right?
Ah, you must be referring to his return aboard the Arcel, after the crisis in Liberl was put to rest.
Yeah, I remember seeing that. It really made a big impact. I'd never seen an airship that looked so white and elegant before.
I believe my father went to welcome the prince back in his capacity as imperial governor, too. And yeah, now that you mention it, that does seem to be when I started hearing his name around a lot more.
Oh, you're all here already.
Ah, you made it.
It's good to see you all again.
You're a bunch of early birds, aren't you?
Well, we just about finished up everything we had to do when we got the call to meet here.
Were you able to finish up everything on your end, too?
As if we'd leave any loose ends. If not for our unfamiliarity with the city, we would have been finished this morning.
Every time.
Looks like getting these two to kiss and make up will be an uphill battle.
Well, some say that when someone gets under your skin, it means you really care about what they think.
Wait, did you two?
I figured the girls would be the first to notice.
Of course. I apologize for any worry I've caused you.
We're fine now.
Really? That's great! It sure is. Maybe after this field study is over, we can get together and spend the night talking in one of our rooms.
Sounds good.
The thought of a Class 7 pajama party makes me a little embarrassed.
That's girls for you.
Girls and sleepovers go together like jam and toast, huh?
That must be Heimdall Cathedral's bell.
It has a solemn, stately sound, wouldn't you say? It sounds so different from how it does in the Ost District. Though that makes sense considering the distance.
That bell ringing must mean it's 5 o'clock, which means it's almost the time we were supposed to meet here.
Rean?
Elise, what are you doing here? Wait, I guess this is your school, so where else would you be?
Yes. I see all of your classmates are with you too.
It's only been a week since we saw you, hasn't it?
Well, we were told to meet here.
Wait a minute. Are you the ones? The 9 guests I was told to expect at 5 o'clock sharp?
Well, there are 9 of us in Class 7. Wait, what?
Then that would mean you're the one we were told wanted us to come here?
Actually, I suspect that would be a friend of mine. Why does she always have to be such a mischief maker? I swear. She could have at least given me a little warning that you were coming.
Elise?
Anyway, where are my manners? Welcome to St. Estrella Girls' School. I hope you'll enjoy your visit. Right this way.
Sorry, a girl looks like she needs a hug. I can feel their stares boring holes in my head. Pay them no mind. We certainly do seem to be the stars of the show today. And Laura's as popular as ever. Can't say that being admired doesn't feel nice, but please don't be too hard on them. We don't have many opportunities to meet people from outside the school. I think that boy in the front is a commoner. I'm not sure, but either way, he looks so handsome. How do you think they know Elise? Actually, you're right. This is kind of uncomfortable. Are they all the same age as you, Elise? I don't know, and I don't care.
What's in here?
It looks like an indoor garden. This is the Academy's Rose Garden. The person who called you here is waiting inside.
Who did call us here anyway?
Whoever they are, they must have considerable social standing.
Your Highness, I brought the guests. Thank you. Please show them in.
Oh.
No way.
Hey, Elise, is that...
You don't need to ask when you already know. Now, if you'll follow me. I knew it. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen of Class 7. My name is Alphen. Alphen Rice Arner. It's a pleasure to meet all of you. Come on, Elise, cheer up. I'm sorry, all right? I was only trying to tease you a little. Don't you have something you wanted to discuss with everyone? Please, go right ahead.
since I last saw both of you, Eustace and Laura. I'm glad to see you're both well.
Likewise, Your Highness.
You've become even more fetching since we last met.
Aw, thank you. I was rather hoping that you'd decide to enroll in Sanctus Dryad too. But it seems you chose to attend Thor's after all.
Well, I've committed myself to following the way of the sword, and Thor's gives me a place to hone my skills. I apologize for not being able to live up to your expectations.
First I lost Angelica to Thor's, then you too. Perhaps I should just transfer there next year myself. Your Highness. Got you to look. But I...
Well, she seems lively.
She seems far more easygoing than I was expecting.
I've heard plenty about her, but none of that prepared me for meeting her in person.
So, this is what it's like to be in the presence of royalty. It's
I mean, isn't
actually rather
Eustace?
overwhelming.
No, wait, Eustace isn't technically royalty.
I can see why people always compare her to an angel.
Me too.
Please don't worry about me. While I still have much to learn before I feel like I deserve my status among the nobility, I've been blessed with wonderful friends, and I'm enjoying life here at the Academy.
Well, she does seem to have at least one wonderful friend. Kind of an understatement when that friend happens to be Princess Elfin.
I'm particularly happy to finally be able to meet you, Reen Schwarzer. Elise has told me so much about you. Your Highness?
I'm honored that you'd say so. Elise always mentions in her letters what a great friend she has. As her brother, I wanted to thank you for that.
Reen? Oh, it's so refreshing. You're every bit the person Elise says you are. Perhaps even more so.
Huh?
Actually, I have a teensy-weensy favor to ask.
Of course you do.
Do you think I could join Elise in thinking of you as my dear brother as well?
That's not what I was expecting.
What?
Your Highness! You see, Elise has spoken of you so often that in my heart, you've already come to feel like family. And now that I've had the opportunity to meet you, I fear I simply can't suppress these feelings any longer.
What?
I have two brothers already, of course, so I'm sure it won't take long to adjust.
I couldn't possibly. I mean...
That's enough, Your Highness. Aw, don't be so stingy. Surely it wouldn't hurt to share him with me a little. Anyway, that aside, the reason I called you here today was not to talk with me. There is someone else who would like to meet you.
Why?
Huh?
It's not like we're famous.
Who do you mean? Hey, isn't that...
A guitar? No, a lute?
Oh, it seems he's arrived. Oh,
I apologize for keeping you waiting.
It's a pleasure to see you again.
And you as well, young lady. Well, I trust everyone here has been making themselves comfortable.
Who's this guy?
I'm not sure, though I feel like I've seen him somewhere before.
I serve as a music instructor in the hallowed halls of this fine academic institution. In truth, I am ever on the hunt for that elusive mayfly we call love. But that might raise eyebrows at a girls' school. But whose pulse would not quicken wandering into this untainted cloister of dew-eyed maidens?
Wait, isn't that the...
romance?
He's royalty, if I remember correctly. Or at least if I'm thinking of who he actually is.
Could he be?
Ow! I think that's quite enough. Any more of that
Yep,
and our
definitely.
guests may start edging toward the exit.
Ah, I can always count on you to never miss a beat, my dear sister.
Oh, wait. So this is...
Whoa. Indeed. 'Tis I, Olivert Rice Arner, also known by some unscrupulous individuals as the Debaucherous Prince. I also serve as Thor's Military Academy's ornamental chairman of the board. It's a pleasure to finally meet you, ladies and gentlemen of Class 7.
I have to admit, I was surprised to learn that you're the chairman of the board of directors, Your Highness. I'd heard that the chairman was a member of the Imperial family, but still.
I'm not surprised. Who would expect the infamous prodigal son to chair a committee at a prestigious academy like Thor's? I suppose it's not surprising they'd rather keep it hushed up, though. It wouldn't exactly be great for the school's image.
That's surprisingly forthright coming from you.
Is it really true, though? I mean, that you were the one responsible for establishing Class 7, Your Highness?
Indeed, I was. You see, it's always been a tradition that a member of the Imperial family serves as chairman of the board. At first, I wore the title in name only, but I had a change of heart after my vacation in Liberl 2 years ago.
You were in Liberl back then?
That would put your visit during the incident that occurred there, correct?
Right. All I've done since I returned to Erebonia has been inspired by my experience during the crisis in Liberl. As a result, fruitless though they may prove to be, I've set a number of plans in motion. One of which is to bring the winds of change to Thor's Military Academy. A gust of fresh air, if you will.
Winds of change, huh?
I can only assume you're referring to our class?
Then the one who decided to throw both commoners and nobles into the same class was...
Yes, the idea was mine. Although the selected students also had to have a high aptitude with the Arcus units too.
I think I'm finally starting to understand the reasoning behind Class 7, and why we're being sent all over Erebonia on these field studies.
To show us firsthand and give us cause to consider the conflict between the two factions. That is the purpose behind our field studies. Is it not, Your Highness?
That is one of the reasons, yes. However, my foremost intention was to show you that during your lives, you will encounter many obstacles and conflicts. Not just between factions, but between the capital and the provinces, tradition and technology, even between nations. In these turbulent times, I thought that this would provide the hands-on education today's promising youths need. We need up-and-comers who can think and act independently to face tomorrow's challenges head-on.
That makes sense.
Wow, that's quite a plan.
I can't help but feel a little unsure whether we can live up to such high expectations.
Hearing your explanation has, at the very least, cleared up many of the doubts I've had up to this point.
Class 7 does seem like an ideal environment to expand one's outlook on life.
I feel like going through everything we have so far has brought us closer to doing exactly that.
Yep.
Marvelous. I'm so pleased to hear it. Just listening to you makes me feel even more certain that establishing Class 7 was the right decision. Especially since while the idea itself was mine, I have no real say in how the class is run day to day. Even so, I still hope to meet all of you at least once, if only to tell you all this. That was when Alphen stepped in and offered to set up this little meeting.
I see. Well, I could hardly refuse such a sincere request from my brother. But it also presented me a fine chance to finally meet Elise's beloved brother, as I've always wanted to. Your Highness!
Thank you for taking the time to tell us all of this, Your Highness. I feel like now that I know, I want to live up to the promise you saw in Class 7. Thing is, am I right in assuming that Class 7 doesn't exist just to fulfill your progressive ideal?
What do you...
Oh?
The board has its chairman, of course, but 3 directors besides. My older brother Rufus, Imperial Governor Karl Regnitz, and Irina Reinford of the Reinford Group.
Oh, yeah.
Now that you mention it.
They do seem to have certain expectations for us.
Precisely. As I mentioned, I no longer have anything to do with how Class 7 is run. That authority lies with the directors. As you're keenly aware, Rufus and Governor Regnitz sit on opposite sides of the factional divide. And while Chairman Irina is mostly involved with Class 7's technology, like the Arcus, her intentions are a mystery to me. And it's those three who decide where you'll travel for your field studies.
Is that right?
When you put it that way, it does make it seem like some kind of bargaining is taking place behind the scenes.
It was one of the conditions they gave in exchange for allowing Class 7 to be established. I'll admit, I hesitated to allow it, but I decided to place my hopes in you. We believed then, as we still do, that one day you all will be a great light that can push back the darkness of this country. Well, I suppose when I put it that way, it sounds positively heroic. But that's just me. Don't feel too pressured by it. Your students, first and foremost. Reach out and grab that fragrant rose of school life. Join a club. Eat cheap food with your friends at midnight. Fall in love. We live but once. Make your youth count.
You know, it's weird, but hearing you say that kind of takes a load off my mind.
By the way, just earlier you said that we believed the Class 7 would be a great light. Is there someone else involved with Thor's who shares your vision for our class, Your Highness?
There is. Principal Van Dyke. I once attended Thor's myself and studied under him. He gave my proposal to establish Class 7 his full backing.
I see.
He's been particularly considerate toward us ever since we arrived at the Academy.
While he has no direct control over the running of the Academy, he does preside over the board meetings. And above all, he's the one who assembled an excellent team to give you first-rate training.
An excellent team, you say?
Are you referring to Instructor Sarah?
Well, she's certainly one of them. Still, coaxing her away from her former line of work certainly played a large part in giving Class 7 a great foundation. She is, after all, one of the strongest people in the Empire, and her experience makes her a natural field leader.
Wait, what?
Instructor Sarah? One of the strongest people in Erebonia?
Exactly what experience might you be referring to?
I've even heard rumors of her daring exploits myself. She was known as the Purple Lightning. Doesn't that sound exciting?
Wait, Purple Lightning?
I knew it.
If you two have heard of it, it must be a household name among martial artists.
That's right, though I've just heard it in passing.
Ah, that young ace of the Erebonian Bracer Guild, and one of the Empire's most famous bracers. She has a history full of brave feats and dangerous deeds. She was even the youngest bracer to achieve A-rank status. Back then, she was known as the Purple Lightning. Now, you know her simply as your homeroom teacher.
Huh. Thanks for seeing us out. I never would have guessed you were friends with Princess Alphen, of all people. I wish I knew how much of what she said was genuine. Hey, Elise? Thank you for taking the time to come here today. Take care on your way back to your lodgings. We will. Thank you. Thanks for showing us around. Good night. Good night, everyone. Wait. Oh. Don't worry. I kind of understand where she's coming from. I doubt anyone could have guessed that Her Highness would extend such a bold invitation to you. I'm not sure how that's my fault. It's not so much as that your fault, so much as what you did about it. Oh yes, I almost forgot. Reen, I have a small favor I'd like to ask of you. Of me? Your Highness? Oh, you're going to ask him? Oh, but of course. You see, tomorrow I'll be attending a garden party sponsored by the local government for the start of the festival. Or rather, Machias' father invited me to attend. Yes, I seem to recall hearing that myself. That's when the Crystal Garden made her park, right? Indeed. Anyway, let's not waltz around the matter. I was rather hoping that you would join me as my dance partner, Reen. Does that mean... Do you think Her Highness knows that old saying, a dance today, a wedding tomorrow? I'm sure that's fully in the realm of tabloid speculation. Still, there's no denying that many will interpret it that way. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Hold on a moment. I don't think I can... I mean... It would be an honor, but it's like too great of an honor for someone like me. Oh, not at all. Your father may be Baron, but the Schwarzers have long had deep ties with the Imperial family. I apologize if this comes across as rude, but inviting you would likely create less opposition than if I were to invite Eustace. I see. Well, I can't deny that. You needn't apologize. I find your choice rather fascinating, actually. Eustace, you're not helping. Anyway, I really don't think I'm the man you want. Sometimes I can barely keep from tripping over my own feet. Is that so? Elise once told me that she asked you to help her practice the finer points of ballroom dancing. In fact, she says you're an excellent dancer, that you step lightly and very gracefully. Is that not true, Reen? Well... I understand. It was rude of me to trouble you with a petition like this on such short notice. Besides, I don't suppose you would have much interest in dancing with a little girl like me. No, that's not what I mean, Your Highness. That's my sister, all right. She really knows how to twist the knife. Your Highness, please. You too, Prince Olivert. Looks like they're having fun. I had no idea the Imperial family was such a lively and cheerful bunch. I get the feeling they aren't all like this. Ah, I see now. How could it not have crossed my mind? Perhaps the truth is that you already have your heart set on someone else. Or is there someone you're already courting? Well, do you? I'm positively dying to know which maiden has conquered the battlefield of your heart. Wait, I mean... Actually, I'm going to get out of this one. I'm not sure how to turn her down gently. Very well, I shall relent this time. Huh? Ah. However, next year I'll be 16, just like your sister. That's when I'll be making my debut into high society. So I'd be very happy if you'd give my invitation some thought. Well, aren't you the lucky one? Her Highness really seems to have taken a liking to you. You really ought to have accepted her invitation. It might have led to something truly unexpected in the future. Nah, I doubt it. It seemed like she just took an interest in me because I'm her friend's brother. She didn't seem all that serious about it, so I figured she was just trying to tease the two of us. Can't deny it seemed that way. But I got the impression that it wasn't all that was going on there. You weren't the only one feeling nervous that whole time. Prince Olivert was an even more unusual person than I'd heard. No doubt about that. He seemed entertaining to be around. I think that he's the one who made Class 7 possible. It seemed easygoing, but hearing him talk about our class made what we're doing feel even more important. Besides, he gave us plenty of other useful info. Yeah, including the fact that the board of directors seems to have their own agenda for us. I have no idea what they're planning, but their motives seem incredibly suspicious. Agreed. Hearing about the instructor's background kind of threw me for a loop, too. I wouldn't imagine she used to be a bracer. Maybe because you don't really see them around anymore to begin with? A rank is more or less the highest you can be, too. I assume you already knew about her history fee? Yep, the guild is every Jaeger Corps' main competition, after all. Probably even ran into her a few times during our operations. Really? Unbelievable. I almost forgotten about those good old days. Instructor? How long have you been there? So, looks like you finally found out about my work history, huh? I guess that kind of tarnishes my ravishing adult charm a bit then. I hate to break it to you, but you didn't have any to begin with. Shh. Did you hear the old maid sighing? What was that? Good evening, everyone. Captain Claire, this is quite the unusual combination. Let me first assure you that this wasn't my idea, but the governor's asked me to tell you that tomorrow's field study has been put on hold. Instead, you get the exciting opportunity to help this lady and her goons with their evil schemes. Huh? What evil schemes? Sarah, could you maybe not try to put them off entirely before I even had the chance to explain? Actually, there is a matter I'd like all of you to help us with. I've discussed this with the governor and he decided that this would be the best way to handle the issue. Now, if you'd be so kind as to get on board, I'll explain everything to you at the command post in Heimdall Central Station. Terrorists? Indeed, I'm afraid we have no choice but to define them as such. Unfortunately, we have no clue as to their aim, nor do we know the names of the group's members, its size, or its history. At present, it doesn't even seem that the terrorist group has established a name for itself. That's a lot of unknowns. Am I correct in assuming the man we met in the Nord Highlands who was trying to start a war is a member? Ah. So he's one of them, He said his name was Gideon, or G, or something like that. So that's what that man you encountered in the Highlands was up to. It does sound like the terrorist type. And do you think he and his group are going to try something tomorrow on the first day of the summer festival? We're currently operating under the assumption, yes. The summer festival lasts 3 days, but unlike festivals in other provinces, only the first day garners much attention. It's been a month since the incident in Nord. If they intend to make their next move soon, tomorrow's a likely time. I'd have to agree. Terrorists do love their time in the spotlight after all. And considering how easily Gideon gave you his name, I'm betting we'll start to see them acting more openly soon. First you gather arms and other like-minded allies in secret, then you reveal yourself with a bang and keep going in quick succession. That's the typical MO. I see. You want us to assist with countermeasures against them? Right, the RMP will be joining forces with the Heimdall military police to bolster the capital's security. Unfortunately, as big as the capital is, I can't say with complete confidence that there'll be no holes in our security. That's where you come in. You'll be assisting our security measures as a reserve force. It'd sure be nice if the guild was still active here. They would have come in mighty handy right about now. Yes, I don't disagree. Sarah, you do know that the RMP had no involvement in the guild's withdrawal from the capital, right? Oh, really? I mean, your boss and that brother of yours could hardly make their opposition to the guild more obvious if they tried. Well... Although it sounds like your brother has been keeping busy in Crossbell recently. So what's it going to be? Whether you choose this as your field study task for tomorrow is totally up to you. If you decline, there are plenty of other tasks the governor needs taken care of, like you've been doing the last 2 days. The summer festival is a busy time after all, lots of little details that need to be squared away. I think I speak when I say we'd be glad to join in with the countermeasures. Group B feels the same. Alright then. Thank you for your assistance, everyone. Let's move right along to confirming the patrol routes you'll be following. this place sure brings back memories. Until about a year and a half ago, I'd swing by here at least once a week. Really? I wouldn't be surprised if I'd seen you around before then. Well, I did end up getting to know your sister. Fiona Wright works as a piano teacher? Seriously? Wait, she did say she knew someone who worked at the guild. I guess she was talking about the instructor? Still, instructor, what is it that caused the guild to withdraw from the capital? I've been wondering that for a while now myself. The guild used to be pretty active here in Erebonia, right? Well, yeah. The direct cause was the guild branches all over the country being blown up, but I'm sure you already know that. The culprits were a Jaeger Corps hired by a nasty bunch the guild was at odds with at the time. Well, still is, but anyway. Thanks to a dependable ally, we were able to defeat the Jaegers, but by then, the Imperial government had its eye on us. They started making life difficult for us, took away most of the guild's authority in the country, leaving our hands tied. Eventually, the branches here started closing, one by one, with no real prospect of ever reopening. So that's how it was. Instructor? Don't worry, your dad might be the city's governor, but he wasn't really involved. A certain friend of his, however, was very involved. You're talking about Chancellor Gillett Osborne, representative of the Imperial government, I assume. Yep, him and his cronies in the Imperial Intelligence Division. It's kind of like a sister organization to the Railway Military Police. Anyway, after that, I was out of a job. That's when Principal Van Dyke came and offered me a position at the academy. I started as a combat instructor last spring, and after that, I wound up being chosen as your class homeroom's teacher. Still, I still help out the guild from time to time, though. That's how I ended up bringing in our Jaeger princess here. Knock it off. So that's what happened. You mentioned that Jaeger Corps was responsible for the attacks. What was its name? Oh, it wasn't the same group Fee used to run with. They were called Jester. Not a particularly high-ranking outfit. I see. Worried about me? Well, I did suspect that it was likely a different corps. From the sound of it, the Jaeger Corps Fee belonged to was a pretty large one, though. Oh, definitely. She was with Zephyr. Earlier was this insidious guy known as the Jaeger King. You name a combat specialty, Zephyr had it covered. They are the only corps on par with the Red Constellation, which has its roots in the Berserkers of the Middle Ages. They caused me plenty of trouble back when I was still a full-time bracer. Look who's talking. You caused us plenty of trouble yourself. It's hard to believe this all happened to people we actually know. Yeah, it's just more like a story out of some novel. Anyway, the terrorists you've been hearing about lately aren't part of any Jaeger Corps. I've heard that was the case. Generally, Jaegers are interested in just two things: money and fighting. That Gideon guy you encountered in the Northern Highlands doesn't seem to fit that description, though. If I had to guess, I'd say he's acting on some kind of deep-seated grudge. A grudge, huh? Well, it's hard to say anything for sure. I never met him myself. From what I understand, he did seem particularly tenacious. He was definitely that. Which means we're really going to have to step it up for our patrol tomorrow. Your involvement was just a precautionary step, but if you're going to help, give it your best, I say. Seems like your teamwork is smoother than ever, too, so all the better. Anyway, it's late, so get your report written and get some sleep. I won't crash in one of the empty rooms upstairs. The instructor never changes, does she? You sure? She seemed more talkative than usual. Feels like she was pushing herself. Now that you mention it, she did seem far more forthcoming with information than usual. Maybe she's feeling a bit weird being back in her old workplace? You may be right. Still, I guess we're not really in any position to be worrying about her. We'll just have to do our best to coordinate with Group B tomorrow to make sure everything goes smoothly. Agreed. Alright, the sooner we get the report written, the sooner we can get some sleep. I thought I heard something outside. Maybe I should check it out. Sound like footsteps. Did someone go downstairs? Oh. Instructor Sarah? Oh, did I wake you? I just thought I heard something, so I came to see what it was. Can't sleep? No, just feeling a little nostalgic being back here, I guess. Years ago, someone suggested that I become a bracer, and that's what I did. Spent my days working with a bunch of odd friends and companions, going through request after request. It seems weird now how busy I used to be back then. It does sound like work kept you on your toes. Still, this building must mean a lot to you, huh? Yeah, it does. I'd be lying if I said I didn't wish I could go back to those days sometimes. It was definitely exhausting, but I guess I was usually having too much fun to notice. More than anything, I really felt like I belonged there. Oh. Don't get me wrong, though. I really enjoy my work now, too. You do? How could I not? I ended up becoming your class instructor. As far as I'm concerned, life's just as fulfilling now as it was back then. I need for you to get all soft and start worrying about me. Yeah, alright. But I'll keep doing whatever I can, so that you'll always feel like you belong here with Class 7. Thanks. Look at us, up in the middle of the night talking away like a couple barflies. We had a bottle or two here I would have loved to drink until dawn with you, but we're all out. Tragic. You do know I'm too young to drink, right? Well, we should probably get back to our rooms to get some sleep. Tomorrow's going to be another action-packed day, so we need all the rest we can get. Too true. We'll be counting on you again tomorrow, Instructor. You're going to need my tender mercies, too. You've got some hard work coming your way, so you better get a good night's sleep.
Drinks are on me someday.
Drinks are on me someday.
The time is finally at hand. At last, the hammer of judgment shall rouse this indolent capital from its slumber.
Yeah!
Comrade G, all of the necessary preparations are complete.
But it feels like you have so few men accompanying you. Wouldn't it be wise to call in a few others for backup?
There's nothing to fear. As long as I have this flute, not even the railway military police stand a chance of stopping us. Tomorrow, the people of this land will at last know our name. My dear comrades, I shall be counting on you all.
Yeah!
Well, that didn't look good, or sound good, in any way, shape, or form. Alright, I'm going to check on Group B before heading over to Railway Military Police's command post. Just give me a call on your Arcus if you find anything during your patrols. Okay? Will do, Instructor. Leave it to us. So, I was expecting Captain Claire to be our point of contact. Yeah, I was expecting you to agree to cooperate with the Railway Military Police. I'm not exactly delighted about working without them, but things are looking pretty serious. I'm helping them with this once and acting as your point of contact, but I won't let them forget for a minute that they owe me. Anyway, I'll see you all later. Tell Fiona thanks for the breakfast. Sure thing. Alright, we should get moving too. We've got our designated areas, so we'll be patrolling them one by one. Keep an eye out for anything suspicious. Instructor Sarah said she'd contact us around noon too. Let's be off then. Yeah, I'm guessing the city's gonna be packed with people since it's the first day of the summer festival. That's all the more reason we need to stay especially vigilant. Okay. So... Okay, so that's done.
Woohoo! I'm on a roll! I can almost taste that grand prize.
Crow?
Ah, hey guys! How's that field study coming along?
Oh, it's going fine. But why are you here?
Oh, you don't know? Classes don't run back at the Academy during the summer festival. So I came here to squeeze as much fun as possible out of this fortuitous bit of free time.
Meaning...
The summer races, of course.
Wait, you came all the way here to bet money on horse racing? We're minors! We're not allowed to place bets!
Do I look like a lawbreaker to you? There's a magazine that's running a prize contest for the summer races. You send in your predictions, and if you're spot on, you win a really fancy prize.
So you came all the way to the capital just to check on that?
If only we all had such boundless energy.
All right, time for some serious praying to the goddess. I'll
Sounds
leave
like
the
a
money
dumb
here,
reason.
okay?
Thank you very much. Come back anytime.
Anyway, I'm heading over to the cathedral over in the Song district. Peace.
Thanks.
Come on, goddess, let me win that prize.
And that seems a rather pedestrian thing to pray for.
So irresponsible.
Looks like there's still places here we haven't explored. Let's go look somewhere else.
What's wrong? Did you know something? I thought I sensed something suspicious. Think it was one of the terrorists? We can typically depend on Fee's instincts at times like these. Might have been my imagination. Lots of people excited for the festival here. Could have been one of them. Anyway, that's something we should note in our report. Like Laura said, your instincts tend to be accurate. Yeah, agreed. That's all there is to investigate on Vancouver Street. Time to move on to other areas of the city. What's wrong, Milton? Oh, hi, Elliot. There's a pretty interesting rumor floating around at the moment about someone just vanishing all of a sudden. Did you say vanishing? Do you know any more details? Oh, caught your interest, I see. I don't know, this is some good stuff. It might even be too juicy to share. Speak up, or we'll force it out of you. Alright, okay, I get it. Dang, you two are scary. So yeah, like I said, someone from one of the apartments around here just straight up vanished. The caretaker came by to check on them this morning and found the room as empty as if no one had ever lived there. The only thing left in there was the key to the room. That's quite the curious situation. Yeah, especially since they disappeared without even telling anyone. I heard of anyone leaving town during the summer festival either. Why had a reason they had to move out so quickly? Do you think this might be related in some way? Sounds like kind of a stretch. Whoa there, you guys seem like you've got some good material. What's this about Terran risks? Come on, fill me in. Don't worry, it's nothing important. There does seem to be some substance behind this rumor, though. Great, I think we do well to keep this story in mind. So let's investigate on Alta Street. We should move on to another part of the city.
Sure are more people out than there were yesterday.
They must have all come to see the Imperial family's parade.
Well, it sure looks festive today. Imperial family's parade starts here, doesn't it? It's pretty nuts. Yeah, they even got special security arrangements for the event. I've heard that the limousines they'll be using have high-quality shielding to stop bullets and explosives, too. Guess you can't be too careful with the members of the Imperial family. I've heard much about the skill of those in the Imperial Guard, too. Seeing them in person, it appears those stories were all true. They should be able to handle any crisis that may unfold here. Yeah, I think we can rest easy. So let's investigate in Dracula's Plaza. There's more city to see, though, so let's keep moving. What Idio's name are we supposed to do now? You know how many young folks these days can't count on any of them. There's some kind of problem here? Oh, you're those students from yesterday. As a matter of fact, we do have a bit of a problem in our hands right now. What kind of problem? Well, something you'd need to worry about, but last night a bunch of our younger workers up and quit just like that. Most of them hadn't been here more than half a year. They just started really getting used to the work, too. Now, thanks to that, our schedule's been thrown all out of whack. That is a significant problem. Is there anything we might be able to handle into hand with? No, this one's all on us. We should be able to fix our own problems after all. They were going to quit. They could have at least stuck around long enough to train their replacements. I'll bet they got all caught up in the festival hoopla and just decided to cut out of work altogether. There's too much for a few hands who appreciate good day's work. Something about this sounds kind of fishy. Get that people would be all excited about the summer festival, but enough to quit their jobs? The timing does seem suspicious. Let's keep this in the back of our minds for now. So let us investigate here. Here's the entrance to the underground waterway. What's something like this to be doing in a residential area, especially with all the monsters in it? And that's just Heimdall. I find entrance to underground areas from time to time, but it's not much cause for concern. Everyone's smart enough to know that they shouldn't go near them. That puts me to ease. Unless everything's just going over here. What's wrong? You know something? Nothing. Chances are nobody's in there right now. Nice snow. Problem is, the footprints we left when we came out of here yesterday are gone. And what does that mean? It's likely someone went in there yesterday after we all came out. Then they erased any evidence that would suggest they had erasing our footprints in the process. Sound about right? Are you certain you're not overanalyzing this? Not completely. It doesn't hurt to keep it in the back of our minds at the very least. Oh my, aren't you the military academy students from the other day? So, we meet again. You come all the way here just to see me? Miss Clotilde. I didn't think we'd get another chance to meet you. Hello again. Actually, we're here as part of our field study again. We're doing a patrol of the city. Ah, isn't that a shame? I'm glad to see you're all working so hard. I see the two of you were able to make peace, too. I'm surprised. How can you know such a small change when you only met us once 2 days ago? Oh, was I right? I just had the feeling that might be the case. Call it a woman's intuition. Anyway, have you noticed any significant changes here since last we talked? Well, thanks to you all taking care of that piece, I've been able to truly relax during my stay. I slept wonderfully these past couple nights. But now that you mention it, I did notice a suspicious-looking group of people near the hotel last night. You did? There were two of them talking in the back alley near here, hats pulled tightly over their heads. When they noticed me trying to sneak a peek, they panicked and vanished into the night. I did overhear them talking about a plan of some kind, though. A plan? That does sound rather suspicious, although we don't know enough to say for certain. Yeah, it does sound like something we should keep in mind. Thank you for your help. I'm happy to have been of service. Still, I'd love to stay here and talk for a while. I'm afraid my schedule's a little booked up at the moment. Are you busy doing something for the festival? Yes, I was invited by a member of the Imperial family to sing at a banquet being held at the palace tonight. I was actually on my way to rehearse for it. I see. I should go and watch, but I doubt there's any chance of that. Obviously. Well, good luck. We wish you all the best. The same to you. Anyway, goodbye for now. That's pro for you. Even when you wish her luck, you're the one who ends up feeling encouraged. Indeed, she never ceases to surprise. So the rest investigate. By any slang.
The advantage is ours. Right. Huh?
Oh, we did it!
Yeah, you're in my way.
Now's our chance. Here we go.
My turn. Huh?
Right. Leave it to me. All right, let's keep moving. Here we go.
My turn. Hi.
Is everybody okay?
The advantage is ours. Right. Hi. We should keep going.
Now's our chance. My turn.
My turn. You still have a lot of training to do.
Now's our chance. My turn.
My turn.
Right.
Right.
My turn. You still have a lot of training to do.
Well, here we are, back in Mater Park. Still feels weird using the underground passage to get here. The atmosphere is really different than it was just the other day, though. The area seems to be extremely well guarded. Soldiers patrolling the park appear to be from the Heimdall military police. It looks like the Imperial Guard from Valflame Palace is in charge of security for the Crystal Garden itself, though. I imagine security is going to be airtight considering the garden party is going to be held here. Yeah, especially with Princess Alf in attendance. This level of security is probably standard when it comes to members of the Imperial family. That makes us a bit of a problem then, right? What are you doing over there? How did you manage to slip through our security? Where did you come from? They seem to regard us as intruders. Looks like we found a little hole in their security. I don't think this is the time to pat ourselves on the back. Yeah, we're probably going to need to explain what happened. I see, so you're students from a military academy, are you? So there was a secret passage here all along, and it extends into the underground tunnels as well? We had no records of this at all. It was discovered purely by coincidence during our field study. However, it is certainly not implausible that it might be used by unsavory troops to breach security. We'll station some of our men to this area at once. I hate to admit it, but you've really helped us by bringing this to our attention. You have my thanks. think nothing of it. We're just happy to have been of assistance. Looks like this area should be fine now. Yeah, let's move on to somewhere else. I thought I smelled something familiar. Hey, isn't that... Oh, Patrick, you're here too? But of course, I did receive a personal invitation to the garden party after all. I see you're all tied up with your field studies, or whatever you call them, even on such a fine day. You poor souls. He really does get under my skin. I've gotten used to it already. Are you alone today? I was under the impression that your butler, Celestin, always attends you, but I don't see him today. It's true, he's often at my side, but I spend plenty of time on my own as well. Don't take me for one of those useless nobles who can hardly lace his boot without his butler's help. I always got the impression his butler was there more to keep an eye on him. Did you say something? Me? Of course not. Well, I wouldn't want to get in your way. I'm sure that they have you running all kinds of menial errands. Meanwhile, I intend to introduce myself to Princess Alphen. Try not to be too jealous now. Now, if you'll excuse me. Good luck, I guess. I say I'm all that jealous considering all the time we spent talking with her yesterday. She even invited Reen to be her dance partner. You know, after seeing that, I can't even bring myself to be irritated by him anymore. Anyway, now that we've exposed the hole in their security, this area should be relatively safe from tampering. Yeah, I think it's time to move on to another area. This is Class 7 Group A, Reen Schwartzer speaking. Hey, it's Sarah. Give me an update. Understood. I see. Something sounds off all right. Though judging by Fee's reactions, it doesn't sound like they're wandering the Cindy streets. We haven't seen anything that would lead us to believe so. I think there's something happening behind the scenes, though. We just can't be sure what it is. Keep sharpening that instinct of yours. It'll prove invaluable to you. It's almost time for the Imperial family's limousines to head out from Volfane Palace to their respective events. Crown Prince Cedric will be going to Heimdall Cathedral in the northwest. Princess Alphen is headed to Mater Park in the northeast. And Prince Olivert will be going to Heimdall Racetrack in the southwest. Prince Olivert's got an extremely capable bodyguard with him though, so I'm not as worried about him. I've tasked Group B with looking after the Crown Prince, so I'd like you to keep an eye on Princess Alphen. Hey, Kuroi. A piece of weird candy. I think I threw all that out. I will have to order more. It just been sitting here for weeks with no use of it, so I started getting a little iffy with some of it, so I threw the bag out. Let me return that to you. I forgot to turn that off. Oh, well, we'll go. I'll deal with that another time, but let me go about this a different way. You didn't even know what the redeem was. So basically what it is at one time I had this bag of various Japanese candies. And so basically what that reward was I'd pull one of those out and have one. But some of those were like chip-like things that after having them for a couple months, it's like, they can't be good anymore. And if people are interested in it, I am more than happy to go through and get another thing of them. Because at least one of them was actually really good. Two of the items were not so much. Where am I? Here we go. There's what I'm wanting. Want me to drink some water? I need some water, so that's actually very useful. Thank you. I will grab myself a cup of water here. But let me restore this to you first. But how are you this evening, Kuroi? Thank you for all those hydrates. Laying there, playing Octopath, eating some brisket pizza? Can't say I've ever heard of brisket pizza. Not sure whether that'd be good or bad pizza. Just make sure she gets to the garden party safely. After that, you can resume your patrol. Understood. We'll head to Mater Park at once. Was that the instructor? New marching orders, huh? Yeah, guess it. The limousine carrying Princess Alphen is about to leave Valfilane Palace. Our mission is to make sure she gets to the garden party safely. Right. We should get to Mater Park as soon as possible then. We can follow the main street. It's a cheese, barbecue sauce, onion, brisket drizzled with ranch. Okay. Nope. Not for me. Onion, ranch, and barbecue sauce on pizza is just automatic no for me. It just doesn't taste right to me. And then again, I just generally don't like ranch, and onions I'm very particular about how they're cooked and prepared. And then various foods. Alright, as soon as we're ready, let's head for Mater Park. Yep, more for you. We're going to have to go on patrol right away. Hey, it's quite nice to be out and about like this once in a while. It would have been ever nicer if you'd gotten dolled up. Just think, we would look so adorable making our debut together at the garden party, wouldn't we? I wish you'd think a little more before you say something like that. We may be friends, but I'm still just a baron's daughter. I can't very well go around equating my appearance at the party with that of the imperial princess, debut or otherwise. Oh, you're so old-fashioned, Elise. Both the national and local governments are headed by commoners now. Times have changed, or is it that you're still annoyed that I asked your brother to the dance? Maybe I should really invite him to be my dance partner next year. Your Highness, please, that's enough. Oh, come, come. I'm sorry, Elise. Since there's still a ray of hope for you. Love how these games just go batshit crazy at the end. I'm really looking forward to seeing where 2, 3, and 4 go. After all, it doesn't look like he has a girlfriend at the moment. Still, surrounded by that many lovely ladies, I doubt that will remain true for long. I suppose you're right. If Rean were to find someone, perhaps that would be for the best. Both for him and for me. Elise? I'm sorry, just thinking out loud. But don't mind me. People are all waiting for you to wave to them. Oh yes, the normal anime trope. So Lisa's here too. Looks like she came as Princess Alphine's attendant. Ah, this suit must be pretty tight. The princess really looks the part though. Indeed, that dress of Imperial Crimson suits her wonderfully. Damn. I'm starting to feel jealous of Patrick after all. Alright, looks like this area is under control. Let's go grab something for lunch and do another sweep of the city. Okay. It'd be totally okay if nothing out of the ordinary happened today. Oh yeah, I saw that. I'm hoping I can watch whatever it is, because I don't always have luck being able to watch things on TikTok. Mainly because I don't have a TikTok account and generally don't want to get one. I imagine most of the ceremonies around the capital are finishing up about now. Though Princess Alphine and the others won't be coming back until later this evening, right? Yeah, the ceremony itself ends soon, but there's a social event afterward that lasts until this evening. It seems that this is likely the time that many will begin to let their guard down then. The perfect time for terrorists to make their move. I really hope we're overthinking this. So do I, but at the very least, we need to remain vigilant until the day is over. Right. Okay, the traffic restrictions have been lifted now, so let's walk around the plaza. What? Learn some fun things on TikTok at least. I don't know, the videos are just so short, they're just generally not for me. Make some potato pom-poms. Basically a potato version of Bloomin' Onion. Nah. I mean, it'll be good. I wouldn't say it'd be as good as a Bloomin' Onion, but...
Toa! Angelica!
Oh, I didn't expect to meet all of you here.
Well, isn't this a coincidence?
President Herschel?
We certainly weren't expecting to encounter the two of you out here.
Huh? Looks like the goddess herself brought us together. And now that she's granted us this chance, what do you two say we...
I'm afraid we'll have to decline. We have our field study to attend to.
What she said.
Lame.
Will she ever learn?
Looks like those rumors about her were true.
Did you ride your orbital bike all the way here?
Yeah, you can make it from Trista to here in 40 minutes on a good day. So I plopped Toa on the back of the seat and off we went.
It almost seems like a metallic horse.
Maybe don't underestimate your love for potatoes, though.
It's pretty cool.
Angie's not the most careful driver, so it wasn't exactly what I'd call a leisure cruise. I really love the festival atmosphere, though.
I mean, don't get me wrong. Fried potatoes are amazing things. But the key portion of a Bloomin' Onion that makes it so excellent is the fact that it's usually a sweet onion mixed with a horseradish sauce to dip in. Just Whereas potatoes, on their own, even fried, fairly plain taste. You can put whatever you want on them, but they're still generally just a very neutral flavor to begin with. Which is why seasonings and such work so well with it, and it's such an easy staple.
I just wish I could enjoy it without the threat of a terrorist attack hanging over us.
Wait, how do you know about that?
Did Instructor Sarah tell you?
Yep, I've been helping out a little with your field studies, too. Yesterday, I was the one who passed on the governor's request to Instructor Sarah, for example. I got pretty worried when I heard about terrorists, so Angie and I decided to see what was happening.
I see.
It appears you've done much for us without us even realizing it.
Thanks.
It's nothing really. I'm not doing any of the heavy lifting.
Oh? I thought you were helping with all the paperwork and travel arrangements so everything runs smoothly. And that you're the liaison for our contacts in every region because Instructor Sarah keeps slacking off.
Seriously?
I swear, just when I'd started thinking she was better than we were giving her credit for.
Yeah, that's a little much, even for her.
It's fine. Really. I'm sure she's got lots of stuff on her plate. Anyway, I heard you guys got to meet the princess. I'm so jealous. I wish I could have met her too.
We could hardly believe we met her ourselves.
She really does look kinda angelic.
Oh, if I'd only shown up earlier and tagged along with you.
Princess Alphen's beauty is definitely one of our national treasures.
The breading has heavy seasoning for it. I mean, texture-wise, I don't think it would be any different than your average French fry.
But your sister's quite the looker herself. I hope I get a chance to meet Elise again someday, too.
Actually, she's attending the garden party as Princess Alphen's attendant right now.
Really? Oh, if only I could get Princess Alphen, Elise, and Fee together in the same place. We could call them the Fabulous 15s.
Don't look now, but I think you're being co-opted into some sketchy-sounding group.
Sounds good to me.
If I'd known this was gonna happen, I would have listened to my father and attended that party after all. But no, I couldn't have. I couldn't spoil my charms by wearing a dress. Oh! I could have worn a tuxedo instead! Why didn't I think of that earlier?
Angie? Maybe you're putting a little too much thought into this.
Hey, the gang's all here.
Crow?
Oh, we didn't know you were here either.
Fancy running into you.
Yeah.
You said you were going to the summer races, didn't you?
How'd the main race go?
Don't ask. Who could have guessed that Black Prince would come from behind in a burst of speed like that? And then Lumberblitz barely squeezing past into second. There's no way anyone could ever see an upset like that coming.
Oh, I guess I won with those 4 to 5 odds. Glad I decided to pony up some cash for that after all.
Wait, you're the one who won the special prize? Oh, stop feeling up lady luck, would you?
You're just sore because I've got better karma than you.
Angie really does have scarily good luck with stuff like this.
Sounds like the bell's chiming 3 o'clock.
Guess that means all the ceremonies must be wrapping up.
Perhaps we should make another round of our patrol areas, just to be safe.
That seems like a sound idea.
Yeah, we should get back to our patrols. It was good to see you, everyone.
Okay. Take care out there.
Huh? Back to work already?
I've got my Arcus with me, so just give me a ring if anything happens.
Will do. Huh?
Well, something's happening.
Huh? What's wrong?
It feels almost as though...
My guess would be there's been an increase in the water pressure.
Yeah, this must be...
Is this...
Is it some kind of festival attraction?
I don't think so.
This must be the terrorists.
Yeah, it seems that way. Angie, Crow, give me a hand. We need to evacuate everyone. The military police have their hands full. We need to handle this ourselves.
Right.
Gotcha.
Okay, let's all...
No, we've got this. You have something else you need to take care of. Something important.
More important than this?
What do you mean?
Mater Park.
So this is just a diversion?
I'd bet on it.
The hell are these things? This came out of nowhere. Stand your ground, men. On our honor as Imperial Guardsmen, we must not allow them any closer to the garden party. Yes, sir. What should we do? They look like they need help. But we can't just man them posts at a time like this. We need to contact the RMP. This is awful. You must be... You're the military academy since working with the Railway Military Police, right? Those look like just the creatures fought off in the underground passage yesterday. What are they doing roaming around on the surface? There are quite a few, but the soldiers should be able to keep them at bay. It won't be easy, though. What was that? Came from the Crystal Garden. Are those attending the garden party in danger? It wasn't an explosion. It sounded more like something collapsed. This isn't looking good. Reem? Yeah, I know. Alright, new plan. We need to get to the Crystal Garden ASAP and figure out what's going on there. You guys focus on securing this area and requesting reinforcements from the Railway Military Police. Right. Idios be with you. Don't let anything happen to Her Highness.
What?
Good day, Your Excellency. I do hope you'll forgive me for showing up to this party without an invitation.
You.
Truth be told, I have no real qualms with you personally. However, you are a willing collaborator with the man we loathe. So I'm afraid that makes you guilty by association.
I figured that's what you were after. Let those girls go. They have nothing to do with this.
Your Excellency!
I'm afraid we just can't do that. After all, they've yet to play their biggest part. That of your faction's most shameful failure. Oh, but fear not. I have no intention of taking their lives.
Elise!
Rean? Rean!
What are you doing here?
You made it.
Dad, are you alright?
The brats from Thor's. So you've come to meddle in our affairs again, have you?
Of course! It's like Scooby-Doo.
Not this time, I'm afraid. I won't allow you to interfere.
Is he controlling those beasts?
So that's how those monsters came to be running around out here.
Rean! Be careful!
Elise! Your Highness!
You!
My, I can certainly tell when I'm not wanted. I suppose we'll just have to leave then. Go, my beasts! Strip them to the bone!
Yeah, that's not gonna happen.
We're not going to lose to a couple of these things.
2 large monsters. Combat
I think
pattern
I've gathered an
analysis
appetite
complete.
for some fried alligator.
Alright, let's take them down.
Okay.
Enemy sighted. Let's
Here
take
we
them
go.
out.
Behold the light of the Archradiant Legion!
My turn!
Leave it to me. Eat that.
Too slow! My turn! Too slow!
My turn. Huh?
Go! That's the power of the 8 leaves.
We must pursue them at once. There's no time to rest.
Dad, you're bleeding.
This little scratch? Nothing to worry about. But never mind me. Her Highness is in danger. Please, go after her.
Alright. Wait! Take me with you too.
No, fuck off.
No. I need you to stay and protect everyone who's still here.
Those monsters are still roaming around outside, and the governor is wounded.
But... Please, if you're here, at least I can go knowing my father is in safe hands.
Fine, I'll stay.
That's settled then.
Let us give chase then.
Your Excellency, please let the Railway Military Police know what's happening as soon as you can.
You can count on it.
Is this one of the passages beneath the city? Looks like it, and judging by the direction it leads, I don't think it's an area we've been to before. I don't sense any traps. Hello, Rean Schwartzer speaking. It's me, Sarah. The governor told me what happened. Give me a full update on the situation. Our targets are Gideon and 2 other armed terrorists. They've abducted Princess Elfin and Elise, and we're pursuing them through an underground tunnel as we speak. We're doing all we can to catch up with them. Understood. I'm making my way there as fast as I can. I've got the RMP in tow. Keep up pursuit. Try to stall them until we get there if you can. But don't do anything that would put the hostages in danger. Their safety is our top priority. Got it. Alright, let's hurry. Right, we won't let them get away. We'll be arriving in 10 minutes. Until then, all we can do is hope that they can pursue the terrorists on their own. I hate to admit it, but I doubt there's anything else we can do right now. I'm glad to see the RMP living up to their sterling reputation, though. Sounds like you guys handled the attacks at the racetrack and the cathedral like seasoned pros. Well, none of the Imperial Guardsmen were stationed in those areas, and we did receive invaluable assistance from Group B. You could just accept a compliment when it's given, you know? So much of an idea did you have that the terrorist's real target was going to be the garden party? I'll bet you had more than just a hunch that the orbital calculator you've got for a brain, right, Miss Icy Maiden? I estimate the chances at roughly 40%. Targeting the garden party would make the biggest spectacle, after all. I believe their aim was to harm the reformist public image, which means Her Highness should be safe. Unfortunately, I can't be so certain about that girl with her. And that's why we'll probably never see eye to eye.
Those damn terrorists!
Elise, Princess Alphen, please be safe.
Monsters!
No problem. We'll just cut our way through.
Yeah.
Now's our chance!
My turn! Now's our chance!
I'll pick you up!
My turn. Huh?
Right! All right, let's keep going!
We have
Get back here.
Go! Leave it to me. There's no time to waste.
Where are we? It's really creepy. I had no idea places like this existed beneath the capital. It appears to be a catacomb built during the Dark Ages. Well, they definitely came this way. I don't think it was that long ago. Oh right, you can tell from their footprints. Okay then, we just need to keep heading this way. Follow me. Right. Ready to go. Onward. Everything's proceeding just as I'd planned. If we can make it out of these tunnels, we will have achieved all we set out to accomplish here. Alright. Not bad for our first mission. What are you people planning? Just what do you hope to accomplish by abducting us? It doesn't appear that you're interested in trying to ransom me back to my father for money. I ask that you remain patient for just a short while longer, Your Highness. We are but humble patriots who respect and honor the traditions and values of our country. We'd never do anything to bring harm to one of the bloodlines that symbolizes that very nation. You sound just like, now don't misunderstand me, we feel no sense of brotherhood with the aristocracy. The vast majority among us are of common birth, myself included. However, there is a certain man among you whom I'm afraid we simply cannot allow to remain alive. Who do you mean? If that's what you want, then let Her Highness go. If you need a hostage, you can interact, should be enough. Elise? Oh, what is your name, little one? Serving as Her Highness's attendant, assume you must be of high social standing, no? Elise Schwarzer, daughter of Theo Schwarzer, Lord of the Northern Region of Ymir. I may not be of particularly high rank, but I'm still of noble blood. If you need a hostage, use me instead. Elise. Well, aren't you a fascinating young lady? You seem to have picked up quite the unexpected gambit. Now, how shall we use it? This guy's a dick.
We have nothing to fear. Right.
It's my turn. Now!
An opening! My turn. Hey!
My turn. Now's our chance.
I'll pick you up. Okay, that
Nice
was
work,
tough.
That was scary. There seems to be some Some strange force at work making things difficult for us during the fight. The way they appeared was weird, too. It's like they were waiting to ambush us. Perhaps it was due to that man Gideon's power, or rather that flute he holds. Yeah, the flute seems to give off some potent vibes. I've heard that some powerful relics from antiquity are still around. Wonder if that's one of those artifacts. Or we're going to have to deal with it one way or another. Aha! There's... There they are.
It's far enough! What? What?
Rain! You came for us!
Show's over. Let Her Highness and Elise go. Now.
Considering all that you've done, I can't say I'd be entirely comfortable letting you go free.
But if you release them, we might be willing to consider it. Damn kids.
It's 5 against 3. You've got no chance. And fleeing while trying to carry 2 hostages? I don't think that'll work out too well for you.
So, would you please just let them go?
Impressive. Very impressive. I had no idea Thors was educating such gifted students.
Save it. Look, we can keep this stalemate going all day, or you can release them. It's up to you. But I'm warning you, if there's so much as a scratch on either of them, you'll wish the police found you before I did. You.
Rain! Rain!
Very well. We surrender. I'm not so proud that I can't see when we have no chance of victory.
Then...
So you'll let them go?
Absolutely. If you can defeat him, that is. Do it.
Son of
A volatile anesthetic?
Fear not. I simply thought it best they sleep for a short while. After all, this is hardly a sight fit for the eyes of such innocent maidens.
Damn it!
Another monster? What the?
A howl?
This roar.
What the hell is that?
It's a
bone dragon?
Behold! The might of the demonic flute! An artifact capable of holding even the shadow that reigned over Heimdall during the Dark Ages in its thrall. Now, I'll have you delay your journey to perdition no longer. Farewell, dear ladies and gentlemen of Class 7.
There's no way we can take on that thing.
What are we gonna do?
I can't estimate its strength. Or even the best way to fight it.
We're not just going to roll over and die here. If you think back on how much we've grown just during this field study, there's no way this thing is going to take us down.
My blade is ready.
Too impetuous to know when you're beaten, are you? Go, Dark Tyrant! Bring down the merciless hammer of judgment upon these hapless fools!
If you're in any way intelligent, you would be taking your hostages and running.
Watch out. This is a tough my turn. Azure Flames, down the path, strike!
Right.
I hope You're finished!
Right. Huh?
Right. Now. Okay, that was tough.
Impossible.
Not
Laura,
really.
V! Roger. Ah!
What? You damned!
What?
Yeah!
No. The demonic flute.
Let's check and mate.
Whew, that was a tough one.
What's our plan, Comrade G?
You vile.
Comrade G?
I am fully prepared to lay down my life for our cause. It is not death I fear, but this operation is too important to leave even a corpse behind. I'm afraid I must do what needs to be done, even if that means harming a member of the Imperial family.
I think it's about time we came out to play.
Who are...
Oh my, aren't you a quick little kitty? Just my type.
That's
Hello,
the Sophie
Spencer.
I know.
Yes, it is.
Comrade S? Comrade V?
Oh, you came for us. Oh, what a relief. Now we can...
These must be...
We're terrorists.
I seem to recall specifically telling you to leave this operation to me. But I can't say I'm unhappy you decided to check in.
Sorry, boss. But if you got yourself caught here, we would have been off to a pretty bad start.
I do apologize for cutting in, but we figured it was for the best. Comrade C decided to join us too.
And so I have.
A mask.
Comrade C, I wasn't expecting to see you here.
This has been my first and only Tales game so far, or Trails game so far.
Did my planning for this operation seem that flawed to you?
On the contrary, it was almost perfect. But no plan is completely foolproof. One must always factor in unpredictable elements. As the ladies and gentlemen of Class 7 here have demonstrated so brilliantly.
How does he know who we are?
Who are you?
We have already fulfilled our primary objective. Courting dishonor by harming a member of the Imperial family will gain us nothing now. Do you not agree?
No, you're right. Release them.
Elliot, Machias, I'm leaving the two of them to you.
Okay.
Got it.
There. A gesture of goodwill, in the hopes that we may yet resolve this without bloodshed. What say you, ladies and gentlemen of Class 7? Will you stand aside and let us leave peacefully?
Like hell we will.
You abducted the Imperial Princess and an innocent girl. Drugged them.
What Erebonian would stand idly by in the face of such an outrage?
It's 5 against 6. This won't be easy.
Guys.
You got guts, kids. I'll give you that.
Well, I certainly wouldn't mind a little roughhousing.
No. It's only right that I be the one to test their mettle. Wielders of the longsword, the great sword, the twin gun swords. Stand and face me. I shall be your opponent.
What?
Think of this as an entertaining way to kill some time. The railway military police are already on their way. Until then, pour out the vessel of your wrath upon me.
Interesting.
He's awful sure of himself.
Is he serious?
There's no way he can win against all three of them.
Whoa, what kind of weapon is that?
Another relic from the Dark Ages. A double saber.
I'd say he's about to own all three of you completely and
I
absolutely.
see. That is all you need to know. Now, come at me if you think you're able. Then allow us to begin.
Here we go!
Of course.
I'll handle it.
My turn.
Here we go!
Okay.
Of course.
My turn!
Here we go. Sylphie did. Attack.
Go!
Stand down!
Here we go!
Behold the might of the Archradiant laid down!
My turn! My turn!
Oh, well. Okay, I guess it's a scripted fight.
That's RC for you.
Ooh, can't deny he's got the brains and the brawn to lead.
What power?
He might even be as strong as Sarah.
Just... who are you people?
From today, you shall know us as the Imperial Liberation Front. In our hearts, the flames of silent anger. In our hands, the hammer of judgment that shall topple the dictator. That is our cause, our purpose.
The Imperial Liberation Front?
What dictator?
Freeze, all of you!
Instructor! Captain Claire!
Just in time.
It appears the time has come to make our exit.
Huh? Is that...
Farewell. I'm sure we'll meet again.
What?
A bomb?
See you around.
Ta-ta for now, my little darlings.
Let's see you claw your way out of this grave.
The passage is collapsing. Hurry!
Right! I couldn't leave Wallen alone.
Rean, you carry Her Highness.
Got it!
Whew, that was pretty touch and go back there. But I'm glad to see you all pulled through.
Well, thanks to you, Instructor.
I had my doubts we were going to make it out of that alive.
You could have come a bit sooner.
Sorry. Anyway, there's no way we'll be able to follow them now.
Indeed.
So, the Imperial Liberation Front, is it? Your Highness! Elise!
Oh, thank goodness. Whatever drug they were given doesn't seem to have had any lasting effects.
I feel like I've caused you all a lot of trouble, but thank you for rescuing me.
I'm just glad that you're safe and unharmed.
What happened?
Fairly certain that, Rean would have been very unhappy if we didn't.
Are you alright, Your Highness? How are you feeling?
Rean? I'm fine. You should worry more about your sister.
Looks like the Intelligence Division was right on the mark. We have a number of the routes back to the surface locked down. Think we could smoke them out?
Personally, I doubt it. This tunnel system is incredibly expansive, with too many areas we know nothing about. Continue the search for a while longer, then focus on restoring order in the city.
Yes, ma'am.
I'll send a report to the other divisions and let them know the situation's been resolved.
So, Imperial Liberation Front, what's your game?
Are they in favor of the nobles or the common people? Or just outright
In the end,
conflict in
the
general?
railway military police brought the chaos under control, and the first day of the festival came to a close. Despite his injuries, Governor Regnitz kept on top of things, ensuring that the rest of the festival passed by peacefully. The next morning, it was time for us to leave the capital behind and make our way back to Trista.
I really don't know how to begin thanking you. You've done so much for our family that I doubt we'll ever be able to repay you.
Not at all, Your Highness.
There's nothing to repay us for. We just did what we had to. Oh, come now. There's no need to be so modest. It scares me to think what might have happened if Elise and I had been taken away by those people. So I can't thank you all enough. Please allow me to extend my thanks for your help as well. I'm truly grateful.
Elise.
Oh, I'm just glad you're safe.
Group B's efforts were a great help to Cedric and I as well. Thank you again for your assistance in restoring order to the city.
I'm honored, Your Highness.
I'm so glad to have been of service. Just think of it as returning the favor for your help pushing to make Class 7 a reality.
Still, now we've got the Imperial Liberation Front to worry about.
Regrettably. There have been signs they were up to no good behind the scenes before now. That incident, but now they finally stepped out of the shadows and announced themselves to the world.
I hit that button a little too early.
They appear to be insurgents in the truest sense of the word, led by several key figures, C being the most prominent. The intelligence division is doing its utmost to gather information about these leaders even as we speak.
They struck me as rather mysterious in some ways. Even though they abducted us, they rarely showed the kind of maliciousness one would expect from terrorists. It seemed more like they were in the grip of some kind of intense passion. True. Not that it excuses abducting Your Highness like they did.
An intense passion, you say?
It did seem that way.
In our hearts, the flames of silent anger. In our hands, the hammer of judgment that shall topple the dictator. That's what their leaders said when they made their appearance.
Indeed. All the ham-handed theatrics of a middle school play.
Yeah. You can tell how gleeful he must have been to say the flames of silent anger in front of an audience.
Well, it's no mystery what they're referring to, at least.
Oh, thank goodness. I didn't miss you.
Wait, isn't that...
Is he?
Dad's with him, too.
The other royal spawn.
Oh, I'm glad you made it, Cedric!
Just in time, too.
Your Highness?
Did you come all this way just to bid us farewell?
Of course. After all you've done for us, I thought it was the least I could do. Is this the rest of Class 7? It's a pleasure to meet you. My name is Cedric Rice Arner. I wanted to thank you for coming to my sister's aid in her time of need. Allow me to extend to you my most heartfelt appreciation.
You're too generous, Your Highness.
The honor was ours.
Thank you, Your Highness.
This is the Crown Prince. He's pretty cute.
Fee?
I certainly wouldn't mind if he took a few lessons in manliness from the gentlemen of Class 7, though.
Alphen, come on.
I think that's a little harsh, Your Highness.
Well, you're still just 15. You have plenty of growing ahead of you. Still, it isn't often I see you keeping the Imperial Governor company.
I suppose that's true. I just happened to be here on business, so I thought I'd take the chance to say goodbye to everyone.
How are you feeling? Are your injuries all right now?
Yes, nothing too serious, fortunately. I'm still feeling it, but it shouldn't be too much longer before I'm back to my old self.
That's good to hear.
I'm glad to see you looking all hale and hearty, Your Excellency.
Thank you. While no one could have foreseen how it ended, you did manage to complete this month's field study. On behalf of the Board of Directors, I'd like to congratulate you for your exemplary work.
Well, at least someone's doing
We're
so.
honored you'd say so.
Thank you, Your Excellency.
We three directors may have very different positions on many issues, including how Class 7 should be run. But for my part, I'd like you to enjoy student life however you choose. I think the other directors would agree with me on at least that much.
Dad.
I'm glad to hear you feel that way, Your Excellency.
In that regard, you have nothing to worry about, Your Highness.
Well, if you say so. I've always found you a trustworthy man, of course. But...
Ah, I see that everyone's here.
It couldn't be.
Chancellor Osborne!
As a matter of fact, the Chancellor and I just came from an audience with His Majesty the Emperor.
I'm overjoyed to see you safe and well, Princess Alpha. Clearly, the goddess has bestowed her blessings, Highness.
Thank you, Chancellor.
I'd also like to reassure Prince Oliver that we're starting a nationwide hunt for members of the Imperial Liberation Front. An investigation into the backgrounds of its members is also underway, so you needn't worry.
My. Nothing gets past you, does it? Well, I suppose that means you have the security detail for next month's trade conference well in hand?
Of course. I'll see to it that everything is taken care of. Ah, but where are my manners? Please excuse me for not introducing myself.
You're evil.
I'm Gileath Osborne, representative of the Erebonian government. Though I imagine those of you who read the papers may know me better as the Blood and Iron Chancellor.
It's an honor to meet you, Your Excellency.
Your reputation precedes you, Your Excellency.
I've heard much about the recent exploits of Thor's Class 7. Traveling across the Empire for first-hand learning with your field studies, it's quite a fascinating program. I hope you'll keep up the good work.
We shall endeavor to.
Thanks.
I hope we'll live up to your expectations.
Ah, yes. It's been quite some time, young racer. I'm glad to see your new career path is working out for you.
Thank you, Chancellor. I wouldn't be where I am today if not for you. I really owe you for all you've done for me.
General Van Dyke was my superior back when I was in the Army. As such, I'm planning on granting you a bit of additional assistance. I should have it ready for you in a few weeks' time.
What are you...
I have great expectations for you all. Nurture the bonds you share, and train up bodies and wills of steel. For I have no doubt you'll need them in the turbulent times to come.
Oh. Rain?
Ooh, you're moving up in the world. I've got a little reward here for you. Drinks are on me someday. Perfect! You guys are the best!
Okay. So, it's well past when I should have gone to bed. So, we are going to find someone to raid, and we'll head on out. So, let's see. Who is out there? Let's see. Let's go with Peachy. And when we move over, if you can copy and paste this into the chat. We'll be back tomorrow, I think, with more of this. Unless something else comes up, or I change my mind. Till then, I hope you all have a very wonderful rest of your day, though.